Mhm. allons continuer en tant que volontaires à faire une sensibilisation pour qu'un jour, toute la communauté puisse être au courant et de savoir que le viol, c'est quoi.
Throughout the world, we work to help the most vulnerable people and those who may be overlooked. We care that detainees are treated humanely, no matter what they've done, visiting 1 million detainees in almost 100 countries.
Assalamu alaikum. Sa mga tarima po namin, ma'am, 23 inmates po kami. Yung iba, nagdadalawa-dalawa na lang po sila. Dito sa sahig po, ma'am, mas marami po yung...
From the diplomatic level to the front line, we remind fighters on all sides that wars have limits. Named in the Geneva Conventions as an authority on the laws of war, we work to regulate the use of weapons, the methods of warfare, and to ensure civilians are spared. No matter who they are or what side they're on, we treat the sick and wounded.
Being an organization which is very neutral and impartial, that's what we do. So it's spontaneous. You don't even have to think about it. Anybody comes with emergency, you take them in, no question.
And in the wake of war, when weapons, bombs, and mines are abandoned, we clean up what we can and help those whose lives have been changed by war regain their independence. Often first on the ground and the last to leave. Neutral, impartial, and independent, we are the International Committee of the Red Cross. This isn't a story about hate. It's a story about love. In the last 5 years, we've witnessed violence in Syria, South Sudan, Ukraine, Central African Republic, Yemen, and a score of other nations. A few of more than the 80 countries we've worked in, without fear or favor for more than 150 years. In that time, we've garnered 3 Nobel Peace Prizes, more than any other organization in history. But this comes with losses. Every year we see colleagues caught up in the crossfire, sometimes killed or kidnapped. Amidst some of the harshest conflicts on earth, we assist with the basics of life: water, food, shelter. We work with communities to repair central infrastructure, like roads and water systems. We support people to support themselves through small businesses and loans. And we send war surgeons, nurses, and doctors to where they're most needed.
We do get postage all over. Here in South Sudan, it's in civil war, and the systems are quite broken down, so there's not enough resources to care for the many people who are victims of violence and injuries. So ICRC work here is trying to mitigate that.
Today, 65 million people are fleeing conflict, more than any other time in history. For those on the move, we support them on the journey where we can. But for those who don't want to leave their homes, or can't, they remain stuck in besieged cities. Through preference or circumstance, the conditions they face can be dire.
لأنه لا بصوبة لا يعني حرامات لا بسفنجات، يعني ما عندنا شيء يعني حوشنا.
Try to reach people stranded in conflicts and make sure they have what they need. The Red Cross and Red Crescent network spans 190 countries. Through this global reach, we help families find those they've lost in the This isn't a story about hate. It's a story about love. In the last 5 years, we've witnessed violence in Syria, South Sudan, Ukraine, Central African Republic, Yemen, and a score of other nations. A few of more than the 80 countries we've worked in, without fear or favor for more than 150 years. In that time, we've garnered 3 Nobel Peace Prizes, more than any other organization in history. But this comes with losses. Every year we see colleagues caught up in the crossfire, sometimes killed or kidnapped. Amid some of the harshest conflicts on Earth, we assist with the basics of life: water, food, shelter. We work with communities to repair central infrastructure, like roads and water systems. We support people to support themselves through small businesses and loans. And we send war surgeons, nurses, and doctors to where they're most needed.
We do get postage all over. Here in South Sudan, it's in civil war, and the systems are quite broken down, so there's not enough resources to care for the many people who are victims of violence and injuries. So ICRC work here is trying to mitigate that.
Today, 65 million people are fleeing conflict, more than any other time in history. For those on the move, we support them on the journey where we can. But for those who don't want to leave their homes, or can't, they remain stuck in besieged cities. Through preference or circumstance, the conditions they face can be dire.
لأنه لا بصوبة لا يعني حرامات لا بسفنجات، يعني ما عندنا شيء يعني حوشنا.
Try to reach people stranded in conflicts and make sure they have what they need. The Red Cross and Red Crescent network spans 190 countries. Through this global reach, we help families find those they've lost in the chaos of war.
Once we realized the children had no family members with them at all, we collected all the information they could give us about their families. We used the pictures of the children, we used the names of the children and the names of their family members, and this is how we managed to locate their parents, their siblings, and their grandparents.
Again and again, we connect brothers and sisters, fathers and mothers. When the circumstances aren't so fortunate, our forensic experts work to bring closure and the opportunity for a dignified burial.
May I request everybody to settle down, please? Settle down, please. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Major General Pradeep Goswami, Deputy Director General and Head of the UN Cell at the USI of India. On behalf of Major General B.K. Sharma, Director General USI, and Mr. Qadir Awal Omar, Head of the Regional Delegation ICRC for India, Nepal, Bhutan, and Maldives, I extend a very warm welcome to Lieutenant General Rakesh Kapoor, Ati Vishish Seva Medal, Deputy Chief of Army Staff, and Ambassador Ruchira Kamboj, former Indian Permanent Representative to the United Nations, and Excellencies, distinguished guests, USI members, and virtually connected participants, ladies and gentlemen, Namaste. We are also fortunate to have among us the oldest peacekeeper, Lieutenant General Satish Nambiar, a very well-known figure. The former first head of the mission and force commander of UN force in Yugoslavia, and also the former Director General of the USI of India. Ladies and gentlemen, today we are at a very defining moment in the annals of the evolving landscape of the global security, where the character of conflict has evolved significantly over the recent decades, which was shaped by advancement in the technology, changing geopolitical dynamics, and shifting social values. Resultant, the conflicts have become increasingly complex, urbanized, asymmetric, and protracted. And the emerging threats, such as AI-based autonomous systems, mis and disinformation, these are all affecting the way the armed conflict is being fought and nature and scale of risk to the civilians. Ensuring the international humanitarian law is routinely being defied in the ongoing conflicts. The conflict environment is having far-reaching consequences and challenging the traditional methods of peacekeeping and the applicability of the international legal frameworks, which were actually designed to safeguard the humanity. Thus, an urgent need for a new framework and approach to the peacekeeping and international humanitarian law. At the same time, climate change is also transforming and defining the global security and the development landscape. With ever-worsening climate emergencies and growing competitions and the dwindling resources, people are forced to move. Thus, vulnerabilities and insecurities increase manifold. Organized crime, violent extremists, terrorist groups find the fertile ground in such environment. Thus, climate and environmental degradation are further acting as a crisis multiplier. The global community has repeatedly committed to ensuring the women's participation in the conflict prevention, resolution, and recovery, as well as upholding their rights during the conflicts. However, in the recent years, the annual report of the Secretary General, United Nations Secretary General on Women, Peace and Security has warned about the stagnation and the regression across key indicators. Thus, modern conflict in the contemporary world present increasingly complex challenges for the peacekeeping, protection of civilians, and effective application of the international humanitarian law. However, in the recent past, these things are having a very indirect or direct effects on the protection as far as the civilians are concerned. In this backdrop, the topic of today's USI Annual UN Forum 2024, that is changing character of conflicts, challenges to the peace operation and international humanitarian law, is very contemporary and relevant in the nature. This event is jointly being organized by USI with support from ICRC, Center for UN Peacekeeping, UN Women, and Ministry of External Affairs. To commence today's proceeding, May I now invite Major General B.K. Sharma, Director General USI, for the opening address. Over to you, sir.
Distinguished dignitaries on the stage, General Nambiar, the council members, USI members, diplomats, ladies and gentlemen. As you know that DDG has almost covered all that I had prepared for my speech. So he's stolen the thunder from my speech, and I don't intend stealing the thunder from the speeches of the esteemed panelists who are on the stage. But nonetheless, I think it's customary for me to flag certain issues. And as we assemble here, it is an era of turbulent times when we see a highly fractured UN Security Council almost become dysfunctional. But despite all this gloom and doom scenario, UN peacekeeping still remains a pillar of global peace and security, right? As we speak today, there are about, since the inception of UN, 120 peace operations involving about 2 million uniformed peacekeepers have been deployed in 50 countries. And presently, we have about 6,300 military and allied personnel working with the UN deployed in about 120 countries. And that is a kind of a scale at which the UN is still operating. But despite these laudable efforts, the grim reality unfolds as we assemble here. 32 countries are embroiled in wars of varying scales and intensities. It is estimated about 195 million people are living in ungoverned spaces. Afghanistan, Ukraine, Gaza, South Sudan, and numerous other countries are witnessing unimaginable human sufferings. Armed groups dominate large swaths of territory in Africa, and half the continent is already in turmoil. We've also seen what you call is the black swan events, like the pandemic, and then you have the gray rhino events like climate change and artificial intelligence, which are staring us in the eyes. We are indeed living in perilous times, defined by contested multipolarity and almost dysfunctional multilateralism. The growing intensity of conflicts echoes the perspective of Lee Kuan Yew, the founder of Singapore, who said that the state behavior is guided by social Darwinism, and it is the primacy of national interest, and there is always a hierarchy of power which operates in a zero-sum game kind of a mindset. Therefore, what we are witnessing is a new generation of warfare, and it has reached a critical phase. We have this multi-domains war, like urban wars, civil wars, asymmetric wars, gray zone conflicts, rise of non-state actors, private armies, criminal gangs, and there is an evolving arms race, including the saber-rattling on weapons of mass destruction. To top it up, we have these emerging technologies like drones, artificial intelligence, lethal autonomous weapon systems, hypersonic platforms, which are posing severe challenges to peacekeeping. Deep fake, disinformation, darknet, deep mind, these are the other aspects of crime which are coming up and posing a huge challenge to peace building efforts. Other worrisome developments are highly politicized UN Security Council. Some countries are seeking withdrawal of UN missions. We've seen in what is happening in Mali, Haiti, and even in Sudan or Democratic Republic of Congo. And who is stepping in the vacuum is private armies like Wagner groups, which have further complicated the situations. We've even seen the case of, how the UN mission in Lebanon got threatened in the face of Israeli offensive. And there is a growing trend of, say, even questioning the diplomatic status or calling a Secretary General of the UN as a persona non grata and hitting out at the aid workers, right? Calling in question the judgments or the decisions of International Court of Justice or International Criminal Court. So what we are witnessing is that the international humanitarian law is being flagrantly violated both by states and non-state actors. We see in Afghanistan, under the oppressive Taliban regime, 97% of the people, particularly women and child, are facing a famine-like situation or starvation. Ukraine suffers from massive displacement of innocent people and the devastation of critical infrastructure. In Gaza, over 44,000 lives have been lost, predominantly women and children. And same is the case of Lebanon now, where the death toll has risen to about 4,000. You fast forward to territories like Sudan and South Sudan, which are marred by displacement and refugee crisis and genocidal atrocities, with the international community just becoming a hapless bystander. The growing complexity of modern conflicts with myriad actors and tactics complicates efforts to enforce accountability for violations of international humanitarian law. The International Criminal Court and other tribunals have struggled to hold perpetrators accountable, particularly in conflicts involving non-state actors. Ironically, the UN Security Council, the very custodian of global peace, is, I think, traumatized and paralyzed and is incapable of enforcing Geneva Conventions and other international rulings. The review of UN Charter is overdue, particularly the implementation of Article 109, which contains provision for the review of use of veto, which has become actually a biggest stumbling block in maintaining peace and stability. Likewise, the whole gambit of planning and conduct of UN peacekeeping operation merits a de novo look in terms of stitching of mandates, adopting multi-dimensional models of peacekeeping, allocation of resources, infusion of technology, mitigation of non-traditional threats, collaboration with regional organizations and civil societies, and of course, strategic communication. A sound strategy for capability development and depth diplomacy is needed for the implementation of Pact of the Future adopted by the UN on 22nd September 2024. As we all know that India is an ardent supporter of UN primacy in global peace and remains one of the largest troop contributing countries, India remains steadfast in espousing the need for reforms in the UN Security Council and General Assembly and enhancing the salience and efficacy of UN peacekeeping operations. In this regard, I can proudly say that USI is playing an important role in participating in UN-related workshops, studies, and seminars with its own partners here in India and with foreign collaborators, with a focus on policy and doctrine level. Finally, I'm sanguine that this seminar presents all of us an opportunity to debate the dynamics of modern conflicts, addressing the challenges faced by UN peacekeeping operations and international humanitarian law. We are looking forward to pragmatic recommendations on the UN reforms, particularly how to make UN peacekeeping operations more effective and how to protect international humanitarian law. Without further ado, I wish this seminar a great success. Thank you very much, and Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir, for highlighting the theme of this seminar. Before I invite our chief guest, Lieutenant General Rakesh Kapoor, Deputy Chief of Army Staff, to deliver the keynote address, a brief introduction. General Officer with a rich operational experience has held various staff, command, and instructional appointments. General Officer is a graduate of U.S. Army War College and was advisor to Botswana Defense Forces. General commanded a corps in the desert before assuming this appointment. May I request Lieutenant General Rakesh Kapoor, Deputy Chief of Army Staff, to deliver the keynote address.
General Goswami, sir, thank you for that introduction. General Sharma, General Goswami, Ambassador Kamboj, Mr. Kadir Omar, General Nambiar, who's actually the doyen of peacekeeping in India, and distinguished audience. Many of you I've grown up together with, and you've guided me through the paces of my military life. I think at the outset, I need to compliment the USI for a very relevant topic as far as the changing character of conflicts that is taking place and what are the challenges that peacekeepers have today. Since General Sharma and I have worn the same uniform, our thoughts are very similar, but what I'll try and do is I'll give you a practitioner's viewpoint as to what our battalions and our troops which are deployed, what feedback they give. But before I address that issue, today, the world is facing almost 92 conflicts, and 56 countries are involved in those conflicts. So means if half the countries in the world are involved in conflicts, so conflicts are there to stay. And therefore, what are the attributes of conflict? There are three attributes to conflicts. Firstly, they are enduring. They're there to stay. Second, there is a human dimension to conflicts. And humans live on land, so you know where conflicts are. Majority of the conflicts will take place. The third attribute is uncertainty. What the next conflict is going to be, it's going to be difficult to fathom. So there is a huge amount of uncertainty. But yes, there are certain emerging trends to conflict. Conflict today is taking place at multiple levels. Full-scale conflict, the Russo-Ukraine war, Israel-Gaza conflict, full-scale conflicts. There are gray zone conflicts taking place. There are hybrid conflicts taking place. There are subterranean conflicts taking place. So it is taking place at multiple levels. And they're all multi-domain in character. You know, apart from land, sea, air, there is competition taking place in space. There is competition taking place in cyberspace. There is competition taking place in the information domain. So do you find narratives, counter narratives? Actually, sometimes you don't know what the truth is also actually. So this is the place where competition is taking place. The other thing about conflicts is technology, like what General Sharma also mentioned. Technology and conflicts have always had a symbiotic relationship. Whether you take the Bronze Age, whether you take the agrarian age, whether you take the industrial age, and whether we talk about the info age now. But this symbiotic relationship in the info age has converted into a conjugal relationship. So sometimes technologies will also drive competition and conflicts. The other important trend of conflicts is wherever conflicts are taking place in today's time, this is a trend which is currently, whichever is the competing nations, they want effects. And where are effects? Where people live. And people live by and large in urban areas. So those effects come from those areas. And since it is in urban areas, it is people-centric, there is protection of civilians becomes an important component. This leads also to displacement. There is a huge amount of displacement of population taking place because of these conflicts. There is a huge amount of deliberate targeting of civilians taking place because those competing nations or competing parties want effects. And what is leading towards this is the challenges towards international humanitarian law. I don't know whether anybody even talks today about Geneva Conventions and all that. So this is where these need for effects is there. The other new normal that is taking place, and I presume it is going to take place, are we going to return captured territories? Or are we going to return territories that competing nations have occupied? If that is not going to happen, the peace building process is going to become very difficult. Because there will always be some degree of conflict that will be simmering. And it will continue to simmer. And the challenges of peace building will become very difficult. And the other very important part is of the changing character of conflict. Climate change is making a huge amount of impact. It is leading to competition in resources. It is leading to migrations. It is leading to displacement. In fact, climate change is going to determine as to how military missions will be executed in the future. And this is what we all need to be prepared for. And the other changing character of conflict is there is a huge amount of blurring, which Jen Sharma also alluded to, between the combatant and the civilian. One of the combatant also could be a geek sitting with a laptop, and the kind of damage he would be doing may be far greater than the person indulging in the contact battle. So therefore, this is the kind of change that the character is having. And very rightly pointed out earlier also, there is a huge amount of vulnerability that peacekeepers are facing. Because there are sometimes there is no respect to those international regulatory bodies. Who's listening to them? Who's ensuring that their statutes are adhered to? But I can assure you, India as a nation definitely respects international regulatory bodies, and we follow those mandates wherever we are deployed. So if these are the changing trends and this is the changing character, I'm quite sure many of you will ask me, what are you doing about it? So what are we doing about when we look at our troops going into United Nations? What are we really addressing? The first thing that we are doing is ensuring that our troops who are deployed for any of these peacekeeping missions or peace-building missions are culturally sensitive. They're sensitive to those regional realities. In fact, we are also giving them some bit of linguistic training so that the connect is far better when our troops go into those areas. The other thing is we are cognizant to the fact that technology is playing a key role. We are ensuring that our battalions and our troops are technology enabled so that they can, operate in those environments. They're also the focus of our troops when they get deployed into such areas is peace building. And therefore, we are also restructuring as to what do we deploy. We are deploying more enablers now. We want to deploy more enablers so that they facilitate peace building. And like I was talking at coffee, women are big opinion makers in most of these areas. Some of the societies are even matriarchal. So with every contingent that we are deploying, we are also deploying women engagement teams. In fact, India was the first nation to deploy an all-women contingent in Liberia in 2007. And we have, with all our troops, with all our contingents, we are deploying women engagement teams, and we are finding very positive results with it. And I think all men will agree with me, all of us also keep listening to our women. So women are big opinion makers in all these areas. The other thing that we are doing, we are making our troops very sensitive to humanitarian laws, international humanitarian laws, humanitarian values. In fact, every soldier of the Indian Army who gets deployed in a UN mission is ICRC certified. He's internationally certified that he understands all those things. The other thing that we are doing is we are paying a lot of focus on mental health, because all these places where conflict is taking place, there is a huge amount of post-trauma stress disorders that the population is facing. So we've deployed psychological counselors in the mission area. We are also using the strengths of Indian practices like yoga, which is going into the mission areas and doing an outreach to the local population to build mental health and resilience. The other thing that we are willing to do, and which we are doing, we are willing to take partner nations, friends, along with us in co-deployment into mission areas. We've recently done it with Kazakhstan. We're willing to do with more number of countries so that we share our best practices and together we go and build peace. And finally, India as a nation and the Indian Army is committed to all these ideals which are laid down in peacekeeping. And and I reiterate, we have complete respect for international law and international regulatory bodies. And I'm sure Ambassador Kamboj, at the higher level of when she was the PMI, she's going to stress on the 5 S's what the Prime Minister of India has emphasized as far as our engagement with the United Nations is concerned. And finally, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to share my thoughts. And I wish the USI the very best for this seminar. And I'm really going to be looking forward, as always, to your report, so that what all can we adopt to ensure that we are better practitioners in the mission areas. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for your insight on the theme of the seminar. The issues highlighted will act as a curtain raiser for the sessions to follow. Before I proceed further, ladies and gentlemen, we are fortunate that Mr. Lakwa, Under-Secretary General, Department of Peace Operations, United Nations, accepted our request to deliver the special address. But due to his commitments with ongoing conflict, he has been very kind to share a recorded message for the seminar. So over to Mr. Lakwa.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is my sincere pleasure to address this forum once again. I would like to thank the United Service Institution of India for its long-standing support in furthering interest and knowledge on defense and security issues, particularly on UN peacekeeping. The organization of this event is timely. This year marks the 75th anniversary of the Geneva Conventions of 1949, a cornerstone of international humanitarian law that underpins our collective commitment to protect civilians from the brutality of war. Yet, today's conflicts challenge these essential principles in ways rarely seen before. There are now more armed conflicts than at any point since the end of the Second World War. Civilians are being directly targeted, leading to deaths and suffering on a catastrophic scale, fueling mass displacement and humanitarian crisis. Humanitarian workers and UN personnel are deliberately attacked and with impunity. In the face of these tragedies, we must take a strong stand to reaffirm our shared commitment to peace, justice, and dignity. We must seek political solutions and uphold human rights and international humanitarian law. It is the only way to achieve and sustain peace. We must also adapt to the evolving nature of conflict, making sure our responses can still provide effective solutions to today's challenges. This year, we also celebrate the 25th anniversary of the Protection of Civilians mandate. During these 2.5 decades, UN peacekeeping has deployed to some of the most difficult security environments and helped protect the most vulnerable. Of course, more can be done. We can and should always do more. Peacekeeping needs to adapt quickly to evolving threats like transnational organized crime, climate change, and the nefarious use of digital technologies. Strengthening our understanding of these issues and their links to the protection of civilians in armed conflict will be crucial to our work today and in the future. Another issue of vital importance is the safety and security of our peacekeepers. These brave men and women put their lives at risk every day to protect others. We must do all in our power to ensure their own safety. Whenever there is a security incident, we conduct after-action reviews, make recommendations, and share this knowledge across missions. This helps us respond more swiftly, analyze trends, and address policy and training gaps. I would like to conclude by paying tribute to Indian peacekeepers who lost their lives while serving under the UN flag. We do not take their sacrifice for granted, and we will carry forward their legacy in the pursuit of peace. I also take this opportunity to thank the Government of India for its exceptional contribution to peacekeeping efforts. I wish you a productive forum.
I thank Mr. Lakwa for this special address, and the issues highlighted by him are going to be addressed during the various sessions in this seminar. Before I introduce the next speaker, Ambassador Ruchira Kamboj, former Indian Permanent Representative to United Nations, for special address, a brief introduction. Ambassador Ruchira Kamboj has had a distinguished diplomatic career marked by numerous firsts to her credit. All India Women's Topper of 1987 Civil Services Batch, Top Performer of 1987 Batch of Indian Foreign Service, first female Chief of Protocol at the Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India, first female Permanent Representative of India to the United Nations, and the first from India to preside over as a lady in the United Nations Security Council in December 22. Besides, she was also Ambassador of India to Bhutan and South Africa, and Ambassador and Permanent Representative to UNESCO in Paris. May I now invite Ambassador Ruchira Kamboj to deliver the special address.
Well, good morning, everybody. First and foremost, it is such a pleasure to be here, and I must thank the organizers for affording me this opportunity. So thank you very much to the USI, to the ICRC, and of course to the CUNPK and my own ministry, the Ministry of External Affairs. Thank you for having me here. I think as the third speaker today on the podium, a lot has already been said, but I will add to that, and particularly from a diplomat's viewpoint. I will also look at the changing nature of conflicts. I will look at the challenges to peace operations and international law, and I will attempt to prescribe some solutions as well. But first and foremost, some general points. I think nobody could have put it better than Undersecretary General Jean-Pierre Lacroix when he says that India's contribution to peacekeeping has been absolutely exceptional. And I can tell you that again and again, when I was the permanent representative, and 20 years back, when I was a young officer dealing with peacekeeping issues, that is the one word I always heard. And trust me, it makes us immensely proud. And it is absolutely well earned. Sadly, there is always a downside to a good side. And all of you know here, this is a very learned audience, that India has made the supreme sacrifice about 177 times. And we are, in fact, the one country that has suffered the maximum fatalities as far as UN peacekeeping goes. But we are also very serious about commemorating this very noble task. And I can tell you something, it's a very, very interesting statistic. In the history of the United Nations, guess which is that one resolution that garnered the most number of co-sponsors? That was the resolution on a peacekeeping memorial wall moved by India, moved by me as its permanent representative in May 2023. And it had the support of 190 countries. that is the whole United Nations. So that is the sentiment that, that is evoked when it comes to peacekeeping, which I agree with all the speakers before me, is indeed perhaps the most defining activity of the United Nations, at least in the eyes of the public, and where the UN has been hugely successful. So I remember when I was piloting this resolution and getting the support of the various countries on board, I was also checking which is the one resolution that has garnered the maximum support. Can we beat that? And well, there were many. There was Nelson Mandela Day, that was about 167. There was India's own resolution on International Yoga Day, which was 177. Never in my life would I have thought that this resolution would have gone beyond that. But of course, I think everyone was united that peacekeepers do need to be honored. So I think that's a very interesting chapeau to my talk, which I thought I should bring before you. Now, of course, let's talk about conflicts. What are the changing, what are the characteristics of conflicts? I won't spend more than 2 minutes here because the preceding speakers have covered that most effectively. But yes, I will agree that conflicts are more today interstate rather than intrastate. There is the involvement of non-state actors. Conflicts are transnational in dimension with spillover effects across borders. The theater has moved to urban centers where civilian populations are directly impacted. And of course, there is hybrid warfare and cyber threats. And very important, I think General Kapoor was talking about the securitization of climate. And let me very quickly tell you here that yes, indeed, this is a reality. And what is India's position on that? We're not denying that, but what we are simply saying, along with some developing countries, that this issue should not be discussed in the UN Security Council. This issue is an ecological issue, you could say. This issue is an environmental issue, you could say. This issue is a developmental issue, you could say. But is it a peace and security issue? We don't believe so. We believe that climate change should be discussed where it is being discussed with the involvement of all parties, which is under the rubric of the UNFCCC and the COP format. All of you know that very recently COP met at Baku, Azerbaijan, and that, therefore, it is not the place of the UN Security Council, with just 15 members, mind you, to discuss climate change in the Security Council. We believe in the principle of equity and justice as far as climate change is concerned, and we also believe in the principle of common but differentiated responsibilities. So I thought that's very important because there is indeed a definite effort to securitize climate in the conflicts around us today. The challenges to peace operations, what are they? Well, also very easy because it's all been covered, so I will rush through this also. Well, the first challenge that I see is that the mandates are very expansive today. Now, they've gone much beyond your monitoring of ceasefires, etc. Now they include tasks like nation building, like economic recovery, facilitating elections, addressing the root causes of conflict, protecting civilians, of course, etc., etc., etc. Now, what is the challenge here? The challenge is it's all very well to put this all for the peacekeepers to do, but the mandates are often not very clear, and neither are there adequate resources. Which brings me to my next point, which is the mother of all issues as far as the United Nations and most institutions and issues are concerned, which is funding and resource constraints. Peacekeeping missions, as you all know, frequently face financial and logistical limitations, which impact their effectiveness. For example, I can give you two very quick examples. Underfunded missions in Mali and Sudan, South Sudan. They really suffered because of lack of funding. Then, of course, the other challenge that I see are the asymmetrical threats. Peacekeepers increasingly face attacks from insurgents, from terrorists and criminal networks. And I can never forget MINUSMA or Mali, which had become one of the most deadliest of the peacekeeping missions because of terror attacks. If I remember correctly, over 300 fatalities in this mission. The next challenge, therefore, very rightly, as General Kapoor, General Sharma have mentioned, is the issue of safety and security of UN peacekeepers. I would like to pause here for a minute and draw your attention to the fact that this issue is very, very dear to all troop contributing countries. And the answer is very evident. Every life lost matters. even one life lost is one too many. So therefore, India as a country, as a leading TCC, has put her money where her mouth is, and we have invested majorly in this and led from the front. All of you have heard of the Unite Aware platform. India has contributed substantially to this initiative, and this has, I am told reliably, indeed improve the situational awareness on the ground. Of course, it's not perfect. Situations must continue to improve and evolve, but this is something that is of great interest to all of us. I will also tell you very quickly that when we were in the Security Council not too long back, 21-22, when I also served as the PR, we brought a very important resolution out in the month of August 2021, which was on the safety and security of UN peacekeepers, drawing attention to this problem and also going forward, creating a working group of member countries at the United Nations, leading TCCs, and of course the UN Secretariat, who would look into this issue and come out with practical solutions as far as the safety and security of peacekeepers is concerned. So a matter of very abiding interest that continues till date, because as the terrain changes, as the terrain becomes more dangerous, and as actors become more nefarious, I think it is very important to continue to find solutions to adapt to this very real phenomenon. Then, of course, something which I listened to with a lot of interest was about what is the other challenge, I would say, is indeed the geopolitical polarization, of which I saw a plenty when we were in the Security Council. It is indeed perhaps one of the worst phases, and there is complete disagreement on everything in the Security Council, and not just in the Security Council, by the way, across the United Nations system, which means also in the General Assembly. Now, what is the solution to that? Please don't get me to speak on this, because I can speak reams about the reform and expansion of the United Nations Security Council, which is an absolute necessity, according to me. But perhaps that is the topic of another discussion. But yes, I would draw your attention to one fact, that the failure of the Security Council to agree, to unite, was very evident, for example, in the very recent past on Syria, when there was no intervention at all due to a political deadlock. Of course, I don't have to speak about Ukraine and Gaza. All the facts are here before you. The other challenge that I see to peace operations is the lack of local ownership. Without local support, as all of you know, peace operations can be seen as externally imposed, undermining their legitimacy. And so therefore, a regional approach becomes very, very important. Very quickly last year, December 2023, there was a landmark resolution actually that was adopted by the Security Council, Resolution 2719. And that prescribes a stronger regional approach, particularly in Africa, where most of the peace operations are located, which is African solutions to African problems. India as a country has been supporting this, because there are very evident advantages to a regional approach, but this time there was a significant difference. And what is that? Simply that peace operations would hence be funded by assessed contributions from the United Nations budget, up to 75%, because one of the constraints of the African nations is to cobble together resources and finances, which is, I'm sure you will agree, not the easiest of tasks. However, I do remember asking Under-Secretary General Jean-Pierre Lacroix, is this now the solution? Will this be the way forward? And he very rightly said that, look, let's wait and see. This is something very important, but we'll just have to see how it works. It cannot be the solution for all peacekeeping missions that you'll have regional forces intervening everywhere. It could be a sort of a hybrid formula where sometimes you lean more on regional forces and sometimes the UN goes in traditionally, as it always does. The other important approach, the other important challenge in peacekeeping operations that I will touch upon is accountability and abuse allegations. That is simply misconduct by peacekeepers, including sexual exploitation and abuse, damaging the credibility of missions. Just wanted to add very quickly that as far as Indian peacekeepers is concerned, we have an absolutely impeccable record. And just as Under-Secretary General mentioned, our troops, our conduct, our behavior is quite impeccable. Not that you expected to hear anything different from an Indian permanent representative, but I must also stress that point. Very quickly, then, there are various challenges to international law, also touched upon by the other speakers. But of course, I will tell you very quickly that these include non-compliance by non-state actors, erosion of respect for international humanitarian law. There are, of course, technological challenges. For instance, when we come to cyber warfare, this does raise questions about the applicability of international humanitarian law to digital attacks. I think this is a gray zone. We have to look at this more closely. Also, for example, cyber attacks, cyber attacks on power grids during conflicts. How does this work out? Drones and autonomous weapons, there is a blurred accountability again for civilian casualties caused by these technologies. Then, of course, there is a huge issue, the issue of humanitarian access, and you see that all the time in Gaza. Denial of access to aid workers and blockades violate the principles of neutrality and impartiality. And again, here, looking back at our tenure in the UN Security Council, December 22, when I was presiding over the council, there was a very important resolution that was moved by the United States and also supported by many of us, where we spoke in favor of a humanitarian carve-out as part of the sanctions regimes, ensuring thereby that innocent civilians are not impacted when UN sanction regimes are implemented. There is, of course, during prolonged conflicts, there are refugee crises. They strain the capacity of humanitarian organizations to provide sustained aid. You can see that also in Gaza. And of course, another outstanding example was the decades-long Syrian crisis. So these are the various challenges to peace operations and international humanitarian operations. What, therefore, are the solutions that I will prescribe? Well, I can only attempt to prescribe some of this. This is not very easy, easier said than done, as they say, but as I come to the end of my session, I would say that, number one, you have to adapt your strategies. You have to adapt them and make modern peacekeeping missions go much beyond traditional tasks and incorporate programs for disarmament, reconciliation, and rebuilding governance structures, as seen in Liberia and Cambodia. Number two, of course, you must leverage technologies. They can improve conflict monitoring, early warning, and response. And I've already given you the example of India's contribution to UNITAWARE. I think you can leverage technology also through drones and satellites, which provide real-time data on troop movements or humanitarian needs in hard-to-reach areas. And as far as cybersecurity measures go, you can protect critical infrastructure from digital attacks during conflicts. You can also strengthen local engagement. I think that's very important. Building trust, so to speak, and involving local communities enhances the legitimacy and effectiveness of peace operations, in my viewpoint. And of course, you must always tailor responses to context. Strategies must account for the unique socio-political and cultural dimensions of each conflict. What we in the United Nations love to say, one size does not fit all. The second thing that I can certainly suggest is you must strengthen international cooperation. And how would you do that? You improve coordination among global actors. I think, Kedir, that would be music to your ears. You must share intelligence and resources. For example, counter-terrorism operations in Mali have relied on intelligence cooperation, as all of you know, and you must encourage a multi-stakeholder collaboration. And very importantly, address political divides. Bridging gaps in the UN Security Council and other forums is essential to ensure decisive actions, and something that General Kapoor also spoke about, vetoes. Overcoming vetoes on key resolutions, for example, the one related to Syria, has been a challenge for unified global responses. As I said, the solution lies in reforming the United Nations Security Council, which is the cockpit of the United Nations system, so to speak. That has not been done despite decades and decades of discussion. This is not the forum to discuss that right now. But in my view, if that is not done, then perhaps we are going to see more of the same, because the veto is the most pernicious, the most dangerous instrument today that we are facing, because this is being used now entirely for political ends and is just not helping our case at all. Now, my final point, you have to also address systemic weaknesses. First and foremost, ensure adequate funding. That is the mother of all issues. Many peacekeeping missions, as all of you would know, have suffered from chronic underfunding, limiting their ability to fulfill mandates. So you need more reliable financing mechanisms, including greater contributions from the economically advantaged countries. You have to, of course, strengthen accountability. Cases of misconduct, corruption, and abuse by peacekeepers certainly do erode trust and effectiveness. You have to reform bureaucratic practices. I don't know whether Annika will agree with me, but the UN is as bureaucratic as bureaucracy comes. This is a tough one, but you could also consider modernizing international humanitarian law if countries will agree to that and take into account the new realities such as cyber warfare, autonomous weapons, etc., etc. Of course, you must enhance peacekeeper training, goes without saying, and my compliments to the Center for UN Peacekeeping, that's already doing an excellent job, but you do need a comprehensive training on local context, on gender issues, and conflict de-escalation techniques. And I agree that mental health is a very important issue. I do remember that in December 22, when I was presiding over the council, we had supported a resolution moved by Mexico, also an elected member at that time, on the mental health of peacekeepers. It seemed not such a big issue at that time, but I think in hindsight, it was the right cause to support. Then, of course, I think another systemic issue that can be addressed is the issue of inclusivity, gender and youth representation, including women and youth in peace-building processes to ensure sustainable solutions. And I would fully agree with speakers before me that women have always brought a very unique approach to peace building. And it is well documented that when you have women as peacemakers, they do an excellent and outstanding job. You just have to look at the case of Liberia and how well women worked there, or in many other parts of the globe where conflicts are involved, women have been proven to be very, very effective in peacemaking. I do also want to stress that India has been distinguishing itself with the contribution of its women peacekeepers. Of course, as all of you know, India was the very first country to send all women peacekeepers to Liberia. The year was 2007. And I remember very clearly that the then President, Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, had complimented the contribution of women peacekeepers to peace building in Liberia, and in fact had said that many of them served as role models to the local women who then took on the mantle of the same job when our peacekeepers left. And very recently, I must add that in January 2023, we had also deployed an all-female platoon of women peacekeepers in Abyei. So I think that contribution of India's has been very important, and also, I will add, very well appreciated. So as I come to the conclusion, I will say that, yes, indeed, conflicts are at large. There are many. There are almost 100, as speakers before me have said. There are many, many challenges to peace operations and international humanitarian law. We could look at solutions, some of which I have outlined. Of course, that will require all of us to work together. But certainly, I will say that war has changed its shape. It is no longer armies that clash, in my view, but entire societies, with civilians increasingly bearing the brunt of that violence. The challenge is, of course, as I've already mentioned, to adapt swiftly, very swiftly to these realities. And this requires a collective commitment, a conviction, a focus, and engagement, call it what you may, in the face of these increasingly complex situations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ambassador, for your pointed remarks and questions on the issues related to climate change and challenges to the peace operations, and some suggested solution. As you have mentioned, the first all-female platoon which was deployed at Abyei, we have Major Navita with us today. She will be sharing her experiences with us on that issue. Before I request Mr. Qadir Omar, Head of the Regional Delegation ICRC, a brief introduction. He has decades of operational and regional experience in the humanitarian response. He has led various global delegations ranging from those in the conflict settings to the humanitarian diplomacy such as Yemen, Sierra Leone, Gaza, Nigeria, Iran, South Africa, Saudi Arabia, Sudan, and Kuwait. May I now invite Mr. Qadir Awal Omar for the special address, please.
As a last speaker, I don't know what's left for me, as those speakers before me have eloquently shared their expertise, experience on the topic. Let me try to make some sense also at the end on the, or to add some elements on the topic. Lieutenant General Rakesh Kapoor, Deputy Chief of Army Staff, Ambassador Kamboji, former Indian Permanent Representative to the United Nations, Major General B.K. Sharma, Director General USI, Major General P.K. Goswami, Deputy Director General, diplomats, respected chairs, speakers, and distinguished participants, my colleagues from ICRC, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. At the outset, I'm delighted to welcome you all to this seminar jointly organized with the United Service Institute of India, USI, and the Center of UN Peacekeeping, CUNPK, on changing character of conflict, challenge to peace operations, and international humanitarian law. We are gathered here today at a particularly difficult time for global peace, which the speaker before me have tried to share. One that has been marked by armed conflict in the Middle East, Ukraine, Sudan, and many other places. Hostilities change lives of million people as we speak. Today, upholding the respect and ensure respect of international humanitarian law, the law of war, and this volatile and changing character of conflict has continued to become challenging and testing. General Sharma has tried to enlighten us with some of experience we are having today. Many feel that as this challenge grow, the world must reassert strong and effective commitment to respect IHL that facilitate safeguards of humanity and build confidence among the parties to chart the way for peace. Ensuring respect of IHL might be a challenging task, but it's an obligation enshrined in Common Article 1 of Geneva Conventions, which all UN members are a party to, which Ambassador might speak more about this. It might be not obvious, but IHL also bring opportunity to build trust between adversaries. For example, the collaboration across front lines that is necessary to account for the missing, separated, and dead, and to return them to their families often unlock further dialogues. And this dialogue contribute a lot to peace negotiation when the parties so decide. Even though IHL is a body of law that governs conduct in war, it also provides guideposts for a pass out of war by, for example, providing a legal base for negotiation of special agreements between the parties. This includes ceasefires, as the good news we have heard this morning from Middle East, detainees, release, and peace accords. In the midst of this challenge, peacekeeping operations remain one of the vital tools for safeguarding international peace and security worldwide, but at the same time face many challenges to carry out this mandate, again, which was elaborated earlier. On one side, the mandate of peacekeeping mission have become increasingly complex in recent years and have moved beyond the role of monitoring peace agreements to focus on the rule of law, security sector reforms, supporting humanitarian assistance, and the protection of civilian efforts. On the other side, the UN peacekeeping operation must exercise due diligence while promoting compliance with the law among the conflicting parties. Examples include making the support for joint operation conditional upon compliance with IHL, training weapons barriers, inquiring about IHL violations, and liaising with the local population and authorities. Like it was mentioned earlier, With about 7,000 troops deployed in UN missions worldwide, India ranks among the top 3 troop contributing countries to UN peace support operations. Bearing in mind, the ICRC and CUNPK have collaborating regularly to provide IHL training course for armed forces officers of Indian Foreign Army attending UN peacekeeping course conducted by CUNPK in New Delhi. In order to further strengthen our successful cooperation, we look forward to continue to work with all peacekeeping operations, personnel troops, and police contributing countries and the UN secretariats. Furthermore, the ICRC continue to engage with member states, notably troops and police contributing countries, and members of Security Council and candid and open discussion on these issues. Ladies and gentlemen, I would also like to mention that 2024 is even more special for the ICRC. As it was mentioned by Undersecretary General this morning, it marks the 75th anniversary of 1949 Geneva Conventions and the 160th anniversary of historic First Geneva Convention. This year especially provides the ICRC with an opportunity to raise awareness, along with partners in Red Cross and Red Crescent movement, of the importance of IHL contemporary armed conflict and its continued relevance to realities on the ground. This morning gatherings and what follows next also contribute to this effort. The carefully curated photo exhibition you see here today, maybe you see it outside, has been designed to reflect that. Each image tells story of resilience, compassion, and enduring hope of the world, as well as upholding humanities in conflict. To stress on the significance of compliance during armed conflicts and violence, on 27 September this year, Brazil, China, France, Jordan, Kazakhstan, and South Africa, together with ICRC, launched a global initiative to galvanize political commitment to international humanitarian law. The overall goal of this initiative is first to make IHL a political priority at a global, regional, and domestic level. Secondly, it's to recenter the debate about armed conflict on the urgent need to set higher expectation by international committee to parties to conflict for the universal, systematic, and faithful application of IHL. Thirdly, to start a process to discuss change on specific IHL topics. Ambassador has mentioned this morning about some of the topic which needs to be looked at again. To start a process to discuss challenge on specific IHL topics, such as prevention of violation of or conduct of hostilities rules, in order to make clear recommendation to address them in this rapidly changing character of conflict situation. We hope some of the other countries will join this effort soon. Finally, I take this opportunity to express the ICRC's gratitude to USI and the CUNPK leadership for bringing together such a broad group of participants for what I am sure will prove to be a productive and timely discussion on crucial issues facing civilian protection in conflict zone in the world today. I once again thank you for being part of this important initiative. I wish all participants and contributors great success, and for those who have come from abroad, a warm, enjoyable stay in New Delhi. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, we come to the end of the opening session. May I request Major General B.K. Sharma, DG USI, to present a memento to our guests. Now I request you all to join us for the refreshment in the courtyard, and you can interact with our guests. Group photographs have been organized for the moderators and the speakers in the courtyard only. Next session will start at 11 a.m. on changing character of armed conflicts.
This isn't a story about hate. It's a story about love. In the last 5 years, we've witnessed violence in Syria, South Sudan, Ukraine, Central African Republic, Yemen, and a score of other nations. A few of more than the 80 countries we've worked in, without fear or favor for more than 150 years. In that time, we've garnered This isn't a story about hate. It's a story about love. In the last 5 years, we've witnessed violence in Syria, South Sudan, Ukraine, Central African Republic, Yemen, and a score of other nations. A few of more than the 80 countries we've worked in, without fear or favor for more than 150 years. In that time, we've garnered 3 Nobel Peace Prizes, more than any other organization in history. But this comes with losses. Every year, we see colleagues caught up in the crossfire, sometimes killed or kidnapped. Amidst some of the harshest conflicts on Earth, we assist with the basics of life: water, food, shelter. We work with communities to repair central infrastructure, like roads and water systems. We support people to support themselves through small businesses and loans. And we send war surgeons, nurses, and doctors to where they're most needed.
We do get postage all over. Here in South Sudan, it's in civil war, and the systems are quite broken down, so there's not enough resources to care for the many people who are victims of violence and injuries. So ICRC work here is trying to mitigate that.
Today, 65 million people are fleeing conflict, more than any other time in history. For those on the move, we support them on the journey where we can. But for those who don't want to leave their homes, or can't, they remain stuck in besieged cities. Through preference or circumstance, the conditions they face can be dire.
لأنه لا بصوبة لا يعني حرامات لا بسفنجات يعني ما عندنا شيء يعني حوشنا.
We try to reach people stranded in conflicts and make sure they have what they need. The Red Cross and Red Crescent network spans 190 countries. Through this global reach, we help families find those they've lost in the chaos of war.
Once we realized the children had no family members with them at all, we collected all the information they could give us about their families. We used the pictures of the children, we used the names of the children and the names of their family members, and this is how we managed to locate their parents, their siblings, and their grandparents.
Again and again, we connect brothers and sisters, fathers and mothers. When the circumstances aren't so fortunate, our forensic experts work to bring closure and the opportunity for a dignified burial. We care for victims of sexual violence and work to prevent such crimes.
Les hommes réagissent en niant cette réalité. Ils disent que ce sont l'affaire des femmes. C'est pour cela que nous allons continuer en tant que volontaires à faire nos sensibilisations pour qu'un jour, toute la communauté puisse être au courant et de savoir que le viol, c'est quoi.
Throughout the world, we work to help the most vulnerable people and those who may be overlooked. We care that detainees are treated humanely, no matter what they've done, visiting 1 million detainees in almost 100 countries.
Assalamu alaikum. Sa mga tarima po namin, ma'am, 23 inmates po kami. Yung iba, nagdadalawa-dalawa na lang po sila. Dito sa sahig po, ma'am, mas marami po yung...
From the diplomatic level to the front line, we remind fighters on all sides that wars have limits. Named in the Geneva Conventions as an authority on the laws of war, we work to regulate the use of weapons, the methods of warfare, and to ensure civilians are spared. No matter who they are or what side they're on, we treat the sick and wounded.
Being an organization which is very neutral and impartial, that's what we do. So it's spontaneous. You don't even have to think about it. Anybody comes with emergency, you take them in, no question.
And in the wake of war, when weapons, bombs, and mines are abandoned, we clean up what we can and help those whose lives have been changed by war regain their independence. Often first on the ground and the last to leave. Neutral, impartial, and independent, we are the International Committee of the Red Cross.
I request you all to settle down, please. Now we begin with the first session of this seminar, that is changing character of armed conflict. Modern conflicts have moved away from the conventional wars between the states to more complex, multidimensional, asymmetric confrontations, and has blurred the line between the war and the peace. At the same time, proliferation of non-state actors, armed groups, and terrorist organizations had transformed the battlefield into a network of cities, communities, and even digital space. Conflicts are no longer constrained by the border, and their roots are often embedded in the issues beyond state control, like ethnic tension, religious divides, political instability, and increasingly climate change and the scarcity of resources. Today, rapid technological advancement present both opportunities as well as risks to our collective effort to maintain international peace and security. Latest technological developments recently demonstrated how a handheld communication tools can be turned into a weapons by simultaneously exploding across the marketplaces, office, and the homes. Such use of technology has been condemned, and in the words of Volker Turk, the UN High Commissioner for the Human Rights, while addressing the United Nations Security Council, said, "This can't be a new normal." At the same time, there is a growing evidence of impact of climate change on peace and conflicts, and has also become an area of growing concern. In the evolving landscape of global security and character of modern conflicts have also tested the limits of international humanitarian law. The current situation in the various regions like Africa, Ukraine, West Asia reinforces the essence and the relevance of international humanitarian law in preserving our common humanity. In this session, we look forward to the expert reflections on changing character of armed conflict. The session will be chaired by Major General B.K. Sharma, DG USI, Indian Army veteran and a former UN peacekeeper in Central America. And distinguished panelists are Major Alok Dev, Indian Army veteran, a former UN peacekeeper in Lebanon, and the former Deputy Director General of Institute of Defense Studies and Analysis, and now a distinguished fellow at USI of India and senior visiting fellow at the Peninsula Foundation, Chennai. He will focus on evolving multidimensional conflicts and the trends. Major General Dr. Pavan Anand, Director, Center for Atmanirbhar Bharat, USI, an Indian Army veteran with doctorate in Indianization India's defense industry and has expertise in the geopolitics, geostrategy, AI, and cybersecurity. He will discuss the impact on technology on conflict. Inbuilt, the research follower from the Norwegian Institute of International Affairs. Her area of research is climate, peace and security, peace building, peace operations, and women, peace and security. Previously, she served as an intern at the UN World Food Programme, the permanent mission of Norway in the UN, as well as the Norwegian Refugee Council. She will share her views on impact of environment and climate emergencies on the conflict. Mr. Andrei Kozak, the regional legal advisor for the South Asia ICRC. He joined ICRC in 2019 as a regional legal coordinator, covering Eastern Europe and Asia, working in Russia-Ukraine conflict, and recently he joined at Delhi. Prior to joining ICRC, he was teaching IHL and IT laws in the universities of Eastern Europe and Central Asia for 25 years. He served as a dean of law faculty and first vice rector. He has co-authored 7 books. Today, he will highlight the IHL and the changing character of conflict. So over to Chair General B.K. Sharma.
Thank you, Jan Goswami. I think this morning session, lays the foundation for our discussion because the subject has been amply uh, it's been introduced in the morning session. I just want to, before we start the panel discussion, we know that well, this multi-domain warfare, the acquiring a more and more complicated character. And this is the new normal. And unfortunately, we've been not able to connect the dots and decipher or diagnose what is the character of this new dimension warfare or multi-dimensional warfare, and how is it impacting our responses, whether these are conventional militaries or these are UN peacekeeping. And asymmetric warfare, that means even those people who are numerically or militarily inferior or today have the capacity to disrupt global peace. You look at Houthis with the small mobiles and homemade drones. What have they done to the trade in the Red Sea? The whole trade is getting disrupted and it has strategic implications on global economy. Another factor which we are not discussing, I think, which become a mother of all problems is the economic sanctions today, right? Which is creating unprecedented human miseries and suffering. People without, normal medicines and normal healthcare and other necessities of life. So these are also tools of warfare today, right? Then this disruptive technology, if we just touching the tip of the iceberg, what effect the artificial intelligence enabled systems across various facets of our life, whether it's our personal lives or lives of a nation or international community, is going to be unprecedented. And we have to look at that. And then, of course, climate change and all. And I totally subscribe to the view. I'm aware that General Nambyar has been cautioning about us in the past that we should not push into the agenda and put it in the hands of P5 of 15 countries, because I think it requires a global response, and particularly the areas which are affected. And COPE is the right platform where they should be discussed, but it does have an indirect effect on peacekeeping operations because the climate change and environmental degradation further exacerbates the problems on ground. And because of the lack of resources, there are migrations and there are feuds on control over resources, which only complicate the challenge for the UN peacekeepers. And last is about this international humanitarian law. I don't know who is respecting international humanitarian law today. I don't know. I think it just remain a buzzword. You look at what has happened in Ukraine, right? You just transgress the territorial borders of another country, you go invade, you know what is happening in West Asia and many other places, the international humanitarian law, but by none other than actually the state actors who are part of the UN system, they are violating it. So where are we heading? I think it just remain something on paper, and might is right is what is actually proving to be the order of the day. So without further ado, I request the panelists here to make their presentations the time allotted, about 10 minutes to 12 to 15, extendable with a grudge. So I'll just first request General Alok Dev to make his presentation on evolving multidimensional conflicts. Over to you, Alok.
Thank you, sir. Distinguished panelists, participants, speakers, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My profound thanks to Director General USI General Sharma, the Center for UN Peacekeeping, and the ICRC for providing me this platform this morning to share my views. Thankfully, in the opening session, the Deputy Chief of the Army Staff and Ambassador Kamboj have already highlighted the various bullets, which I only have to expand upon. So, without further ado, evolving multi-dimensional conflicts, future trends, and do they have a link with UN peacekeeping? Firstly, some statistics. A gentleman called Jon Brenberg, the Swedish originator of the Polynational War Memorial, has compiled data from three sources: the Peace and Research Institute at Oslo, the Correlates of War Project at the University of Michigan, and the Uppsala Data Program. He prepared a list of conflicts from 1900 till 2022, wherein he lists out 266 wars, bleak conflicts, starting from the Boxer Rebellion in China in 1900 onto the Russia-Ukraine War 2022. The Uppsala program is quoted as having recorded 187 armed conflicts, possibly the highest since it started maintaining such records. The Uppsala program also records that the number of state-based conflicts has risen from 31 in 2010 to 56 in 2022. So the world over, wars are on the rise. A look at these wars provides a glimpse of what the traditional drivers of conflict are. It's a contest over resources, minerals, water, land, economic reasons, as the chair just mentioned. You have the opium wars when Britain was smuggling opium into China. The pull of religion, ethnicity, and nationalism, whether it be the Balkans, West Asia, or Ukraine, or going back into history, the story of Serbian nationalism and the outbreak of World War I. Geopolitical contestation, always a major factor in world history, got a fillip with the Cold War, and it saw a couple of hot wars erupt in Korea and Vietnam. Similarly, Africa has seen a number of wars where countries have been fighting as proxies for larger powers. While there's much research on conflict in the present era, I shall just confine myself to 4 or 5 big points. And I use the terms war and conflict interchangeably. There is a difference, as you know. Amongst drivers of conflict, geopolitical contestation continues to take center stage because it derives directly from a nation's vision and national policy. So large powers will continue to initiate wars through their proxies. And economically, today's environment is changing mindsets in liberal democracies and giving rise to extremist ideologies. An unstable polity in certain countries, whether it is Pakistan or Bangladesh, resulting in disenchantment of the population. The growth of transnational crime. I was reading that the UN Office on Drugs and Crime record the exploitation of fleeing Rohingya refugees by the Arakan army, which makes them smuggle drugs into Bangladesh, sell the drugs there, the proceeds from these sales being used to purchase arms for the Arakan army. And as you know, it's a small step from smuggling drugs to working for terrorist networks. There are new drivers of conflict: deforestation, mining of resources, the consequences of climate change, which our next speaker shall cover. As regards climate change, I wonder whether we should now start using the term climate security, because the security of countries is directly impacted. In South Asia, we have examples, and Bangladesh and Maldives are two countries which are going to be directly affected, and the fallout is going to be felt in the neighborhood. Therefore, climate security, how to ensure that. The second issue pertains to the types of conflicts and the means of waging war. The United States Training and Doctrine Command now recommends preparing for large-scale combat operations that will increasingly involve multiple dimensions and domains. As wars in Ukraine and Gaza illustrate, conventional militaries will continue to retain relevance. However, easy access to technology and weaponization of information has ensured that all parties have equal access to means of inflicting violence, both kinetic and non-kinetic, traditional and non-traditional. Apparently, there's been a democratization of warfighting. Now, this democratization of warfighting empowers non-state actors, militias that operate across borders and within borders, be it the Houthis, Boko Haram, Hamas, or others, to openly confront established powers, be it Western armed forces or national governments, despite the asymmetry in power. Other non-state actors could be private military contractors hired by business enterprises, military contractors fighting each other, or drug cartels vying for territorial control. Such wars might be restricted in scale or escalate beyond borders. Conceptually, you could think of such wars as a contest between Western shock and awe and the steady attritional mindset of the non-state actor. The third issue pertains to use of coercion by nations to achieve their objectives without use of force. A good example is the United States, 1994. It mobilized 23,000 troops to sail to Haiti for carrying out regime change, even as negotiations were ongoing. The Haitians capitulated and regime change was effected without any use of force. Fast forward to 2012, the situation between China and the Philippines, when China suddenly imposed an embargo on the import of fruit from the Philippines. I think it was bananas and pineapples, resulting in grievous loss to the Philippine economy, simultaneously restricting visas for tourists. Today, of course, the situation in the second Thomas Sowell is something which all of you know, the difficulties which the Philippines is facing in resupplying the PNS Sierra Madre. The list is long. Tomorrow, by deploying newer systems, maybe unmanned maritime drones, one country might decide to harass the commercial shipping of another, of an adversary, again without use of force. Allied forms of coercion, denial of technology, not guaranteeing the viability of a vital supply chain, imposing tariff and non-tariff barriers alike. If you have trade between two countries and you make the trucks of that country wait at the border checkpost for 72 hours, well, that's a non-tariff barrier, but there you are. China is today the chief proponent of such types of activities, and terms like pre-warfare strategy and unrestricted warfare have, of course, come from that country. The West, not to be left behind, has coined its own parallel phrase, hybrid warfare. I think this audience knows a lot about it. An all-of-nation approach, utilizing all elements of national power, including conventional militaries, sub-conventional, asymmetric use of force, and the entire gamut of technology, starting from cyber down to electronic warfare and things of that nature. And that's the fourth aspect, because technology is the great enabler, which General Anand shall be covering later. It is the innovative use of technology which is now taking modern conflict in a way that is surprising us all day by day. And this innovative use has synergized the effect of multiple sensor systems, automation, masked fires, and precision weaponry. Put differently, conflict is now a battle of sensors, munitions, digital signals, and radio waves, creating immense transparency, resulting in tremendous lethality. I put it to you, there's another issue, between mass and precision. Joseph Stalin is quoted as saying that quantity has a quality all its own. So think masses of guns, tanks, troops, soldiers, aircraft. Fast forward to the first Gulf War and think precision, where you carry out selective targeting, only things which matter, you have precision instruments do the same. Now, today's technology has brought us to a situation where the same use of technology is giving rise to mass. For example, I just read the other day that Germany is to supply 4,000 AI-enabled drones to Ukraine. Now, these drones, the cost of a drone has been reducing because of technology. Today, you can get a drone for $400 to $500, and you need a drone to carry munitions and drop it somewhere. You need a drone for surveillance. You make them work together in tandem, and you have a lethal system. And you can produce many of them. So today, we are fighting the battles of precise mass. It's not just precise, but it is a whole lot of massed munitions which are carrying out this precision task. So that is the difference. Tomorrow, we might be fighting battles of precise mass too, with even more advanced systems, which I will leave to our next speaker to cover. Again, every citizen is a warrior. There's this the hypothetical Ukrainian babushka, the grandmother, who takes a photo of a Russian battery firing nearby, uploads it onto a central app, where the geotagged reference to the photo are passed to the nearest Ukrainian counter battery for carrying out counter battery fire, and the Russian battery is wiped out in minutes. That happens. And what also happens is the blurring of lines between competence and non-competence, which came out in the opening session. So is that grandmother competent or not? Now you come to September 2024, where we saw something very different happening. We have people in this sort of line of work talk about contact warfare, non-contact warfare, things of that nature, kinetic warfare, non-kinetic warfare. And cyber was generally supposed to be something non-kinetic, non-contact. You did it from a distance on a laptop somewhere in a room. But in September 2024, you saw the evolution of a new term, cyber kinetic warfare, when pagers and walkie-talkies started exploding all across Lebanon. How this happened is because a crucial supply chain was intercepted, technology was inserted, and thereafter, we know what happened. This is a new chapter. Technology being used to exploit the vulnerability of a vital supply chain with devastating effect. We come on to AI, just a single line. Insertion of AI into weapons has got exponential payoffs, though by its very nature, the point to note, by its very nature, AI introduces objectivity in decision making. But it is equally important to ensure human subjectivity in decision making by having humans in the loop. I'm sure the ICRC had a lot to say on this, and there's a lot of literature on this subject. Fortunately, this month, the Americans and the Chinese have agreed not to integrate AI into their nuclear weapon systems. As with space, suffice it to say that Ukraine has demonstrated the importance of the space domain in actively assisting the terrestrial battle. Starlink and SpaceX show that the monopoly of governments over space has been broken. What is to be ensured now is that space, the space domain, does not become a subset of hybrid warfare. We then come to the question, again, it was raised by the chair and previous speakers, how exactly do you categorize total war today? How fine is the distinction between total, limited, and gray zone? How do you categorize the act of severing an undersea pipeline of 1,200 kilometers across the Baltic Sea? Is it an act of war? Is it tantamount to an act of war? So this is the strategic and moral ambiguity which shrouds modern warfighting. I end by linking all this with a few aspects of peacekeeping. The outcome document of the UN Summit of the Future in September this year squarely addressed certain issues. It said Article 14, commitment to protect all civilians in armed conflict. Action 14, sorry. Similarly, Action 21, adapting peace operations to better respond to existing challenges and new realities by calling on the Security Council to ensure that peace operations are anchored and guided by political strategies with clear, sequenced, and prioritized mandates. Action 21 also calls for a full review of all UN peace operations, taking into account lessons learned and providing recommendations. And it is this portion of Article 21 I want to talk about. Considering the way belligerents fight and the way they're going to fight, the way we have to prepare for them to fight, the peacekeeping operation has to be equally flexible. As Secretary General Akwar wrote recently, peace can really be achieved with armed groups that have no interest in it. And that's where we come to the mandate. Stimson's, the American think tank, has recommended that an MOU be signed between the belligerent before a peacekeeping operation is dispatched. That, however, is, to my mind, almost a utopian concept. Even so, the aim behind this is to ensure that when both parties know where the red lines are, the mandate can be very clearly drawn, the mandate can be focused, and it will not be overstepped. The second is the call for listing out lessons for and recommendations for the future. The last time the lessons were compiled, I may be corrected if I'm wrong, I think was in the capstone doctrine of 2008, Principles and Practices of Peacekeeping. They were all compiled. But 2008 is 16 years ago, and warfighting has undergone seismic changes. So maybe it is time for us to review this capstone doctrine, bring out another doctrine, and give it to force commanders for guidance and implementation. The last point is in the 2005 peace building architecture. The review of this peace building architecture is scheduled in 2025. consists of the Peacebuilding Commission, the Secretary General's Peacebuilding Fund, and the Peacebuilding Support Office. Would it be worthwhile to carry out a review of doctrine to see how belligerents are going to fight, to see how peacekeepers need to protect themselves and the mission's mandate, and then factor this into the review of the peacebuilding architecture? I leave it at that. That's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Sorry. Thank you, Jandeep, for mapping out these trends in multi-dimensional warfare. But before I hand over to next speaker, I just say today, I think it is basically the very custodians of global peace and security who have become the perpetrators of conflict. You take what is happening in Ukraine, right? And which all accords were violated in what manner, and how today Ukraine has become a bulwark of a certain strategy to resolve larger geopolitical contestation issues. Same is the case with Israel, right? How Israel has become a front state in the overall geopolitics of West Asia, right? To maintain a hegemonic order. And the countries which are getting sandwiched are the previous colonies, particularly Africa, right? Where the system or the international organizations or the players did not permit them to stabilize in good governance, good, transition to, democratization and all, and kept exploiting in one form or the other. And as a result, what we see that since these countries are not on the same page, the P5, we are seeing this mess, and this is only going to get from bad to worse. And what is the biggest disruptor is going to be the technology now. Because today there is an unbridled commercialization of this technology which can be put to use in conflicts. And we would like to hear about that from General Anand. Which are these disruptive technologies which are going to affect the conflict and peace building efforts? Over to you, General Anand.
Thank you, sir. I'll also illustrate with a few slides. Am I audible? Yeah, okay. Any better? Yeah. So, ladies and gentlemen, much has been said about how conflicts have shaped up over the last, probably over the last 20 years or so. But just to quote some ICRC figures, there are around 60 states and 100 armed groups which have been actively at war since up till 2020 within this century. And the latest figures say that there are 120 armed conflicts among 60 states, and most of them are non-state armed groups. So there are a lot of conflicts which are happening across states and within states with state and non-state actors. Well, we are all familiar with the external equations and the internal parameters that affect war when it comes to the people in any particular region. We are also aware of the characteristics which they've been brought out by a number of speakers, that wars are today an asymmetric struggle, sometimes between governments, sometimes between proxies of great powers known to all of us. There are, of course, some exceptions where smaller wars have been replaced by much bigger wars. The numbers are smaller, but you can count them on their fingertips apart from Ukraine and Russia and Gaza. We also have the Battle of Mosul, where we had 94,000 troops battling 12,000 members of the Islamic State. So look at the equations of troops that are used over here. We also have internationalized civil wars where a number of stakeholders come into play. So we have even more equations to solve before we actually reach a peace solution between all the warring parties. Thirdly, wars have been mutating and evolving. If you see the Afghanistan war, it started off with geopolitical tensions with Russia, invasion of Russia, occupation by Russia, withdrawal by Russia, invasion by the US, an Islamic State coming up. So all along, there has been an evolving or a mutation which happens all along, and peacekeeping missions or multilateral missions would have to be adjusting to that. There's also chronic political violence. We also see rioters in Haiti, which are gangs and raiders who are taking advantage of the situation, leading to conflicts. What has also come in is computerized warfare, and that has been unprecedented in the last few years. Artificial intelligence, as has been brought out, has brought in a new trajectory, and you have complex systems of systems now which are completely automated, have high precision, high speed, and they lend capabilities way beyond human capabilities. So AI-based ISR has led to large amounts of information coming in, more like a recommender system as of today, but closer and closer into the future, we will be seeing it also taking decisions. Drones have come in for ISR. They're not alone. They are sometimes in swarms. They've given a lot of functional autonomy now to drones, and the ethical considerations will come into play. Of course, there have been the sub-threshold and hybrid warfare also, covert use of special forces, disinformation campaigns, and cyber crimes which border on conflicts. Public participation in war has already been mentioned, use of mobile phones and media platforms for disinformation, weaponizing of accurate or false information, creating a narrative which becomes viral and then sticks in the mind, whether it is true or false. And then there is the urbanization of conflict. More and more areas are getting urban, and those urban areas are becoming as strategic. So you have rural insurgencies, and you have more and more urban conflicts taking place. Now, what you see on this slide over here are the various generations of warfare. This is not an educational slide. It is just to show that if you see the red font bullets, 4th, 5th, and 6th generation warfare, and the time zones in which these have evolved. The first to third have taken a few centuries, but the 4th, 5th, and 6th have all happened in decades. And we would be now going into the 7th, where it would be totally automated warfare. Advancements in nanotechnology, robotics, surveillance, and digital networks will ensure that automated warfare takes over. And we would probably find that the time frame in which this happens is in the coming decade itself. Various technology families, just to lay the context for everyone, there are those 7 technology families. There could be a few more divisions in that and their application areas. What I have highlighted here is cyber, electronic warfare, blockchain, AI, ML, data science, quantum, and the Internet of Battle things. These are the ones that are going to change the way we look at warfare today and tomorrow. Various applications, and you can see what are the expected advances that are going to take place in all of these fields. I will be highlighting a little bit on the first 2 and cybersecurity. Much has been covered by the previous speakers. I hope to bring out a few more illustrations which make sense to all of us. So militarization of commercial technology is certainly something that has come in and raised a lot of questions as far as UN peacekeeping and IHL is concerned. We do know, as was brought out by General Deb, that Starlink has been used in the Ukraine war. How did it come in? If you trace the history, the recent history before it started, we saw a large number of cyber attacks from the Russians onto the Ukrainian critical information infrastructure. This happened around mid-January. By mid-February, the second set of attacks came in. So if the first was a reconnaissance, the second was a recce in force. And this was around 14th or 15th of February. It did bring down the critical information infrastructure of the Ukrainians. By the time the actual kinetic attacks happened, on 23rd of February, the entire critical information infrastructure was paralyzed by cyber attacks. So here came in the rescuer in the form of commercial technology, Starlink. So is that technology, or the person who brought in that technology, the organization that brought it in, a participant in war? And this certainly needs to be defined. Well, technology certainly gives us all these advantages that I've listed over here. I see more and more utilization of commercial technologies coming in. They are cost effective. They're moving very fast. These days, technological advancements in the commercial field are much faster than some of the advancements in the military field. So we will see this happening more and more, and we need to define for ourselves where this gets placed. Let's look at some of the emerging cyber threats. I don't want to go into too much of detail over here, but some things do require a mention. Cyber threats are getting more and more sophisticated. Many of them are routed through proxies. They target critical information infrastructure. Some are done by individuals, some are done by governments, and some are done by governments through shadow organizations and proxies. Where in this will you track back to the person who has attacked you, and where in this would you then point a finger and find accountability? The Internet of Battle Things is here with us now, as is Internet. So you have 5G technologies and 6G technologies, which will speed up your network speeds, also help you with compute speeds. More and more of our weapon systems are becoming software-defined architectured, and therefore, while they become more effective and efficient as weapons, they also increase the vulnerable attack surfaces. Cyber attacks usually take place through advanced persistent threats which are lodged inside our systems even today. Data breaches which happen on a day-to-day basis, which could then be classified acts of war without actual war taking place. And this is where data sovereignty needs to get defined with most of us. Then, of course, you have the phishing attacks for seeking information, and the DDoS attacks, which actually overpower your system with so much information that your systems go dead and crash. Ransomware itself could be also seen as one of the ways of paralyzing financial systems, and could be termed also as acts of war or parts of conflict. So there is significant potential for damage through all of these. More and more cyber activity is also getting driven by AI. So what you see on the slide over here are many more advanced cyber activities which could be taking place. These are the threats that come up all the time and are happening on a day-to-day basis. The use of AI for cybersecurity is positive as well as negative. On the positive side, it helps you become more secure. For the attacker, it helps him break through your defenses. And there is this particular term called the defender's dilemma in cyber warfare, which means it's the opposite of what we actually have in physical warfare. The defender finds it more difficult. The attacker can find chinks in your armor more easily. So it's the defender who has a huge fortress to defend. It's hardly a fortress, it's an open field, and the attacker could come in from anywhere. So the defender's dilemma is becoming more and more prominent. Let's take a look at artificial intelligence and machine learning. Now, this is something I will focus on a little more, and I'd like to show some illustrations which will highlight why this is so important in conflicts today. Well, AI is, of course, based on a whole lot of data being utilized at high compute speeds, which will help you in decision making and precision targeting. Now, you would analyze data in real times, detect patterns, and your sensor shooter loop will get faster and shorter. Therefore, your OODA loop becomes even more tight. Now, well, AI could very well be positively used for predictive AI analytics, but also AI can be very, very vulnerable. It is vulnerable to hallucinations. And I would mention about this a little further. It is vulnerable to data poisoning as well. And this kind of data poisoning could result in very wrong decisions being taken. Of course, machine learning or algorithms help you in self-learning. You feed in a certain amount of data, and then you are able to pick up a lot of decisions as it goes. Now, there are frameworks which have come up for, like the Framework Convention on Artificial Intelligence. This happened on the 5th of September, came out from the US. There are a few more frameworks which are coming out. The USI conducted a seminar, a session at the REAM, Responsible AI in Military Domain Summit at Seoul. I had taken a team over there to conduct this session, and the nature of discussion and the depth of discussion on AI in military domain was quite amazing. There are, however, a large number of players who have entered this field, and AI in itself can be very, very deceptive. Just to give you some example, take a look at take a look at GPT-4, Chat GPT-4. It's fourth from the bottom, and see the score when it comes to its reliability and transparency index. So if you think Chat GPT-4 is giving you a lot of confidence, think again and imagine if these kind of systems are going to be used in warfare. A large number of uncrewed and autonomous systems are going to be used in warfare in the near future, and it raises the questions of ethicality. Of course, international humanitarian law will have a hard time defining now on all the questions that I have thrown up, and I hope Andre will be able to throw much more light on it. Loiter ammunition is something which is driven a number of times by AI. As many as 34 countries are either users or producers of this weapon even today. Can we trust this machine to function on its own and kill people? Now, just this illustration is there to give you an idea as to how AI can be at times reliable and at times unreliable. You see here a crowd of people which is seen through a drone, and if you see on the right hand side, you will see certain earmarked people who have been probably identified as targets because they may be terrorists, they may be military personnel who need to be targeted by the drone. Now, there is an input layer which is shown in blue, and there is an output layer on the right. It is the hidden layer which nobody knows about. And this is where the neural network with its machine learning takes decisions beyond the decision taken by the human being. Now, does the algorithm take the right decisions or not is the black box problem, because nobody knows until you have actually executed it a few times. So here comes the black box problem of the use of AI. And it picks up various behavioral biometrics which may be matching with someone else. So it becomes more and more sophisticated if you pick up more and more biometrics. Therefore, you need explainable AI. And this is what needs to be brought into our frameworks and conventions. Explainable AI will bring in trust, and with that, we will have to bring in transparency. It really matters to remove bias. We will have to ensure there is no data drift. There is compliance, and audits are carried out at various levels by multilateral organizations so that AI doesn't lose its reputation. How do you do that? All through the life cycle, as you see in blue of AI, there are a number of questions which we will have to keep throwing up to the engineers, and questions that will be thrown up to the operators of the equipment that will then tell us whether the AI algorithm was explainable or not. So we will have to look at explainable AI. It will have to be interpretable. The machine doesn't know how to talk to us in the language we understand. So we will have to then create combinations wherein whatever the machine does talks back to us in the language we understand. It will have to be reliable. Unless it is reliable, we will have too many mistakes happening, and we will probably suffer unintended consequences. Yet with all these restrictions and guardrails that we put around AI, we must not curb innovation. And this is something that we in India, as leaders of or voice of the global south, will be looking out for. We cannot have restrictions placed on ourselves so that our innovation gets curbed. So there are a lot of dynamics to this which need to be taken into consideration. Everybody is aware that blockchain brings in a lot of cryptographic integrity. Where all it is used is listed out on the slide. However, when quantum comes in, blockchain will more or less become redundant. Quantum will be moving at such high speeds, and these speeds will run in thousands of qubits. You will find that it can break through any cryptographic network. So while quantum computing comes in and brings in high-speed calculations, help you in decision making, you have quantum key distribution, which will help you in quantum cryptography as well. Post-quantum encryption will be coming in. So look at how fast the cycles are moving and how fast not only will armies adapt to this kind of technology, which is going to happen in the next 5 to 7 years, but also multilateral organizations and UN peacekeeping will have to understand this. Of course, space has been mentioned, and I won't labor upon it. Just want to bring out a couple of issues in space. Well, communications with space objects is done through various means which can be intercepted or interdicted. Cyber attacks onto these communication links could throw space control out of gear. You could also take over satellites. You could bring killer satellites in. So space has become another domain which will be highly contested, is already being contested, and will need some will need to be brought into focus at some stage or the other. Needless to say, offensive cyber capabilities are now very much part of the anti-satellite toolboxes of many armies. Where are we going to keep a track of this? Slides, please. Yeah. I've just put this slide on to show the race for resources. This was mentioned briefly by General Deb. Conflicts happen over oil. You can also see now conflicts are going to take place over critical raw materials and rare earths. Depicted on the slides is the distribution of rare earths all over the world. You can see the concentrations that are in certain parts, and this is where contestation will also take in place. This is a representative slide. But wherever resource comes in, wherever supply chains come in, there is going to be scope for conflict. Of course, nuclear, chemical, and biological. Just a sentence on this. Lately, we have been witness to the new nuclear doctrine which has come out from Russia based on geopolitical considerations. If we do have conventions for these, we are finding that these will now have to be revisited as we find geopolitical shifts happening and technological movements taking place. I think the techno transformation in peacekeeping would be based on a number of activities. Just a few are listed here. A number of them were mentioned by Ambassador Kamboj, but definitely the UN will have to start looking at adapting to emerging techno threats. It will require a lot of agility. It will require organizational flexibility for which the UN is not known to be too used to. This is my last slide. Maybe proactively you'll monitor supply chains and lines of communications. We may also look at industry as a service provider. If commercialization of technology brings in military capabilities, then industry also becomes a provider against it. Talent acquisition and skilling is something that will have to change. More and more technical manpower will probably be coming into the UN systems. So the cycle that you see over there, the cycle has to get tighter, apply, learn and unlearn, apply again and relearn. I think that's how we will be able to take it forward. I hope I made some sense from the UN point of view, and I now hand it back with this dilemma to the chair.
Thank you. So one thing very clearly emerges from the two presentations, that the laws of war that we have are not going to be relevant to the modern and the evolving conflicts. Right. So you see what is happening today, that the state actors are using, what you call both kinetic and non-kinetic attacks to target the critical infrastructure, right? And where is the attributability then? That is actually causing major humanitarian crisis. Even non-state actors today are empowered with the asymmetric technologies, and they're using powerful state actors, right? So where is the attributability? And this problem is going to only increase. Now, when it comes to the UN peacekeeping, I think we are totally in altogether a different era. Unless the UN peacekeeping missions, they totally reinvent themselves for this kind of a battle space or conflict zones, we will be out of sync at all. I think I am seeing the very demise of UN peacekeeping operations if we are not able to evolve ourselves. But what we can immediately do is that, well, I think some studies are already on that how do we create a better ISR or situational awareness kind of an environment ecosystem for the UN peacekeepers, wherein the satellite imagery, the UAVs, digital analytical platforms, and geospatial platforms all are put together so that they have better understanding of the environment. Second thing where this technology can help is UN peacekeepers in management of the logistic supply chain, right, to sustain the missions in difficult areas. And of course, secure and unencrypted communications, which would be actually intercepted and even distorted. And last is, how do you fight against the deep fake when you can, to this morning we heard about defaming and bringing bad name to UN military observers. How do you fight deep fake? And who are these actors who are using this deep fake? There's a dark web, there is a deep mind, these are altogether new technologies which are going to be used. So unless UN braces up or gears up for all these challenges, I think we will become redundant for future multidimensional warfare. And that brings us to the next issue, and that is about the climate change, which is only going to compound the problem. And so to our next speaker, please, over to you.
Thank you, Major General. Distinguished guests, the effect of climate change and environmental degradation are seldom the main driver of conflict, yet understanding how climate-related risks interact with peace and security dynamics in context-specific settings is both imperative and necessary for local, regional, and international actors to adequately address sources of insecurity and to effectively respond and prevent the instability and conflict. Integrating a climate lens into peace and conflict thinking can also actually be an opportunity for peace building, but I will come back to that a bit later. So there is much academic debate on the exact nature on the link between climate change and conflict, especially around the question if there is a direct link between the two. In other words, that climate change in itself can lead to conflict. However, what many researchers, practitioners, and policymakers do agree on is that there are indirect links between climate peace and security, and that climate change interacts with political, social, and environmental stresses through multiple pathways that can aggravate existing vulnerabilities and also underlying conflict dynamics. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, the IPCC, notes in a report from 2022 that climate change does contribute to increased conflict, but along indirect pathways and via intermediate factors. So the interlinkages between climate peace and security are very complex. They are not linear, and they're highly contextual, and as such depend on social, political, and economic conditions. It is furthermore determined by the specific climate and environmental effects, as well as the exposure, the vulnerability, and the adaptive capacity of the affected households and communities in question. Therefore, and I think this is a very important point, climate-related risks to peace and security are not inevitable, but it largely depends on human actions and how affected communities and households respond to the impacts of climate change. Because humans have agency and we have the capacity to choose ourselves how we respond. So two communities or two households who are exposed to the same climate impacts may respond differently because of, even though they have the same vulnerabilities. So most people choose to cooperate, but in rare circumstances, people tend to compete instead. And many peacekeeping operations takes place in such contexts. In other words, climate change, it shapes choices, but it doesn't determine them. A climate change-induced drought increased stress on a household, a village, or a community, but it does not predetermine how they will respond. Research from the Norwegian Institute of International Affairs and the Stockholm International Research Institute, among others, show that they are in a situation where there is a lack of resilient livelihood alternatives and where government mechanisms and social systems are weak. The effects of climate change can aggravate already existing vulnerabilities, such as poverty and inequality, which in turn can fuel grievances and potentially lead to protests, riots, and national and local level conflicts. So, climate-related impacts can change the level of character of risks that civilians and communities face and put added pressure on the mechanisms available for communities to adapt. Now, livelihoods dependent on natural resources are the most vulnerable to climate change. In countries that host UN peacekeeping operations, a majority of the population rely on livelihoods such as pastoralism, fishing, and agriculture for their livelihoods. And climate-related hazards such as floods, droughts, and heat waves can disrupt or even destroy these livelihoods, which can be detrimental for households and affected communities because they lack other alternative livelihood, resilient livelihood alternatives due to factors such as poverty, violent conflict, and weak governance. Climate-induced resource scarcity sometimes forces affected communities to migrate to other areas in search for new resources and livelihoods. For example, in countries such as Mali, Somalia, and South Sudan, transhuman herders have been forced to alter their migratory routes in search for pasture and land and water resources, thereby driving pastoralists into new areas. And in some cases, this can intensify resource use and increase the competition over access to natural resources between farmers and herders. And combined with other factors such as ethnic polarization, political marginalization, and the non-availability of local dispute resolution mechanisms, this can contribute to conflict between farmers and herders over resource use and an escalation of violence. Extreme weather events and climate hazards are also in themselves a major cause of displacement. The UNHCR reported in 2022 that as much as 20 million people are forced to migrate because of the climate every year. And this can actually, large-scale displacement can trigger conflict. For example, in Somalia, it has been documented that climate-induced displacement resulted in tensions and violence in certain communities as the political balance of the host communities changed because of displacement. Displacement also makes people more vulnerable and exposed to other threats, such as violence and the exploitation and recruitment of armed groups. For example, in Iraq, research has found that people who were forced to migrate from rural areas into urban cities because of livelihood losses as a result of climate change led them to move into poor and urban and unsafe areas with limited social services. And this has actually led some to join criminal networks and armed groups for income opportunities. Also, according to a civic report from 2023, flooding in South Sudan prevented children the physical access to education, which as a result were deprived of the safety and socioeconomic benefits of educational facilities and made them more vulnerable to the recruitment of armed groups. Transhumant herders are also vulnerable to armed groups' activities in many contexts. For example, in the absence of state authority in the north of Central African Republic, armed groups are exploiting cattle herders by imposing illegal taxation and demanding services in exchange for grazing and security provision in precarious areas. And this is exacerbating tensions between farmers and herders in these communities. It undermines social cohesion, and it also weakens local dispute mechanisms. And similar cases have also been documented in South Sudan and Mali, among other countries. I also think it is important to bring in the regional aspect here. In other words, that climate change in one place can lead to insecurity in another. For example, and again, bringing in an example from the Central African Republic, droughts and land degradation combined with insecurity in Lake Chad Basin and the Sahel region are actually forcing transhumance herders to alter their migratory routes and then pushing them further into to Central African Republic. And this is a source of tension and also increase the risk of biodiversity loss and habitat degradation. To sum up, I think what all of these points illustrate is that climate-related security risks interact with context-specific realities, dynamics, and institutions in many different ways. Climate change effects such as higher temperatures, changing seasonal rainfall, extreme weather events, and biodiversity loss can exacerbate underlying conflict dynamics and existing vulnerabilities in socio-ecological systems. It can drive displacement of people, it can disrupt societies with low resilience, it can increase the violence of conflict and undermine peace and development. But as I also mentioned earlier, the impact of climate change effects is, however, largely dependent on the resilience and the adaptive capacity of the affected households and communities in question. And just to end on a slightly more positive note, climate-related peace and security risks also has the potential to serve as an avenue for peace. For example, policies addressing climate-related peace and security risks can create opportunities to building peace by, for instance, providing a government with more legitimacy or providing people with alternative livelihood sources. Addressing climate-related peace and security risks have also been valuable in promoting peace talks. For example, in Iraq, the UN operation UNAMI has reported that climate change has been an opportunity for peacemaking by bringing together communities to have an open dialogue on common issues and the joint challenge of climate change. And in South Sudan and Somalia, UNMISS, and until recently also UNSOM, before it closed down, has also engaged in peace talks and dialogues between farmers and herders to avoid tensions over access and competition to natural resources. Thank you very much.
Thank you for flagging this very important issue. What we call is the gray rhino issue, which is going to be an existential threat for the humanity. And I just want to say that there are resolutions passed by UN General Assembly recently on climate change in 22, 23, and they also sought an advisory from International Court of Justice. What should be the responsibility of states towards mitigating climate change? But you see what has happened at COP29 in Azerbaijan very recently. The states which are actually lecturing us on climate change, after having been the worst polluters, are actually withholding the funds. They are not ready to share green technology and the funds. So it's become another, I would say, a facade, so to say. So therefore, I think it is the responsibility of the international community, particularly Global South, to call this duplicity, and then press for an agenda at the UN General Assembly so that there is an accountability from the developed countries to share funds and technology with other countries which are going through the paces of development and industrialization. With that, we come to the last speaker of the day, and that's international humanitarian law, how the modern conflicts are affecting it, whether it is still efficacious or we need to do something drastically different. Over to you.
Thank you very much, General Sharma, dear colleagues, dear participants of the forum. It's indeed a challenge to be between you and the lunch, but ICRC used to work in challenging environments, so I'll do my best to present you on a very interesting topic, and which will be around IHL, which has been mentioned today in different perspectives many times. Well, and first of all, because many of you might be very interested in this publication, I would like to share with you the latest publication of the ICRC, which is dedicated to contemporary challenges of the modern conflicts and the responses from the IHL. We publish these materials each 4 or 5 years, raising the most actual issues. I will use QR codes in my presentation, so you can make a picture of the QR code or follow it and go to our website to get the materials from that directly. So we raise a lot of issues there, but I'm not going to share with you all of them today because it's very easy to read. But what I would like to focus on is indeed on the issue that has been raised today many times, the failure to protect civilians in armed conflicts. And when we say failure, it's very important to understand whose failure it is. Who are those who took the obligations to respect IHL? Who are those who took obligation to ensure respect of IHL? States. States members to Geneva Conventions, states members to additional protocols. And this is very important because states organize themselves and states react to the violations. And to react is also an obligation under international law. Another issue that has been raised today, and I'm happy to be here, and just would like to admire the co-organizers to design me being here in this panel, is to answer whether IHL itself is outdated. And that's a very interesting question. For me, it's not a complicated one, but for some might be. Well, legally, let's call back the ICJ, International Court of Justice, advisory opinion on nuclear weapon. It was very clear and unanimously it was ruled out that in any circumstances, even if nuclear weapon is applied, IHL need to be respected first. And the second, the International Court of Justice applied IHL, applied in Martin's Clause, which was designed in 19th century, to nuclear weapon that was not even designed that days. No one thought about that days. This is very important. ICJ said there is no problem to apply the law that has been created 100 years ago to new technologies. Article 36 of the first additional protocol supports this. Each country, while implementing or applying new means or methods of warfare, are under obligation to ensure that these new means and methods of warfare are in line with the IHL obligations. And this procedure has to be established in each and every country. But then we come to another issue, which is also very important. Why we hear so much about the violations of IHL? Whether it's still relevant if we hear so many times about that it being violated. And here it's again a very important issue. First, and I will speak about that a little bit more later, the way we get information. We get it mainly through the negative lenses of mass media, because mass media is not interested in sharing with you that everything is okay. Mass media is very much interested to share with you something that would open your reaction, that would feed your reaction. And that's why it's much more interesting to share something that is violated rather than something that is respected. But making a picture out of the cases of violations would not give you a picture that is objective. I dare to say that criminal code is being violated daily. I dare to say that in some countries, traffic rules are not violated as well. But it doesn't mean that all these rules need to be abandoned, or we can say we don't need them because they are outdated. The cases of violations serves one very important purpose. They support the idea that the rules are actual, because when we hear about the violation, we understand that the rule is there and the rule must be respected. Again, IHL is a branch of public international law where states play significant role, the crucial role, and reaction of states is something that is very important. This how this has been created before 1945 and after. And when we see the reaction of states, that makes it clear that states do not bear, they don't want to support the violations. So we expect the reactions. These days, with support of the ICRC, the high-level initiative has been launched, and we, as ICRC as organization, invite all the states, all the progressive states to support it, to ensure better respect to IHL in the battlefields. But coming to the practice, as it has been mentioned today, I had an honor to serve the ICRC in some actual conflicts. I worked in 2020, I used to support ICRC in its operations in Nagorno-Karabakh. I worked in Central Asia. Since 2022, I worked in Russia-Ukraine conflict. And in 2024, I have a pleasure to join the delegation in Delhi. So what I can say, we can't say how many POWs there are in Russia-Ukraine conflict, but it's already in the public line that we have visited at the ICRC thousands of prisoners of war. Prisoners of war is exactly something that supports that IHL is not only applicable, but is respected. Visits to POWs means that IHL is respected. And there are many, many, many other examples. Exchange of prisoners of war, exchange of dead bodies, many other operations, access to civilian population, many, many operations that ICRC has been doing these days worldwide in more than 100 conflicts, as it has been mentioned today already. So for me, there is no question whether IHL is applicable. There is no question whether IHL is actual, because we see through the lenses of our practices in the battlefields how and when it's being applied. Whether there are challenges to its application? Yes, there are a lot. But it's super important for all of us to keep saying IHL is relevant. IHL is something that must be respected by the state parties to the conflicts. Otherwise, we multiply this negative approach to IHL, which would not benefit the society, the mankind. IHL itself, as you all know, is just a balance between military necessity and humanity. It's not something that stops generals, stops commanders to win the war. It's something that has been created by not only lawyers and politicians, but also the acting generals. This is the quintessence of how humanity can be brought to the battlefield without challenging the main objectives that each and every soldier in the battlefield has: to achieve the victory. We all can make sounds from a piano. Some of us can make beautiful sounds following Mozart, Schubert's creations. This takes skills and knowledge. Application of IHL to avoid human sufferings also takes knowledge and skills. And that's why ICRC contributes a lot to not only to the development of law, but also to the better practices of arms carriers. We don't have much time here, as I've said, and I would like to raise only a couple of issues that have been mentioned already today. Indeed, there are challenges that modern battlefield bring us, the challenges that need us to think how to adopt the rules that are still there, the rules that are still relevant. There are some elements that, well, probably indeed have not been envisaged in 1949 or in 1977 when the main IHL documents were recreated or resupported. One of them is dehumanizing effect of drones warfare. We saw that very clear in 2020, in other periods or in other conflicts, that while using a drone, staying on a 1,000 kilometers distance from the battlefield, not feeling this sense of sufferings, of blood, it's so easy to click the button. It becomes a game. And this is something that is outside of a legal framework. This is something that is about how people are being trained, whether the ethics is still there, whether the ethics is still in their human beings' bodies and minds, whether they understand that they attack people, whether they have a chance for mercy, to show the ethical behind the other reasons. We have many other issues today that have been mentioned. War in cities, they are still there. Sieges again came to the battlefield after a long period of time when we didn't see them, but they are now here again. Using explosive weapons in populated areas. Proportionality is there. When we say proportionality, it's indeed an IHL principle. But why it's important? not only because it allows to spare civilian population, because proportionality is a way commanders make decisions. Military objective, why we attack, the consequences for civilian populations, how many will suffer, what will be the impact to civilian objects, and accounting one and another, not to ensure that the attack is not disproportionate. But this is a very process that is very important because, again, it takes time, intelligence to understand how many civilians are there, what other civilian objects are there. And that's why proportionality is important, not only because of itself, but because of the procedure. If we make war, we need to make sure that we have intelligence information in our hands and that we contribute our efforts to get it. That's how IHL works. And the last thing that I would like to mention today is autonomous weapon systems. Indeed, it has been mentioned, and it was perfectly said by General Anand, that it comes, and probably tomorrow we will see the conflicts of completely other type. Nothing to add to this. But what we can say, we have the process launched by the UN actually, and by the ICRC, to follow the idea that there should be some limitations to these types of weapon. ICRC advocates that at least those autonomous weapon systems that are not considered to be reliable and those that are designed to be used against human beings should be prohibited. And here we have many reasons for that. One of them has been mentioned already, because these systems are not reliable indeed. You cannot rely on them. They say, you know, human beings make a mistake in a battlefield in 50% of cases, and AI ratio of mistakes is much lower. The problem is that if you have 1 million troops, you will have probably 1 million cases of mistakes. But if you employ a robot that has only 10% mistake ratio, but then you produce millions of robots, you will have many more casualties among civilians than when human beings are employed. The mercy, whether a machine will employ a mercy in the battlefield. And one example that I share sometimes from my personal life, from the history of my family when I talk about the AVS. This is a real story. The story is of 1941, when Germans occupied the territory of that days Belarus, where my grandparents lived. And they lived in a village. My grandfather went for partisans in the forest, and they made an operation that made Germans very angry, because they blown up the pump station and the trains were not able to get more water and steam engines were not able to work. So they stopped for 2 weeks the supplies, the supply chain. Germans came to the village where my grandparents used to live. They made a line of civilians and started to shoot each 10 civilians, asking them to show the families of partisans. My grandmother with her 3 children was last in the line, one of the last in the line. The German soldier who was guarded her said her in Polish, probably he was a Polish, I don't know, no, we don't know him. He said, "Matka, tikaj v les." Mother, go to the forest. So she escaped. She escaped and joined 2 days after her husband, my grandfather. They spent 2.5 years in swamps. She lost 2 children. In 1944, they came back to the village, saw their house burning out. And in 1948, my father was born. And now, my question is, if instead of the Polish soldier, there would be an autonomous weapon system that was given a legal order not to allow civilians to escape, what it would be? The problem here is that AI is not able to understand the larger context. In a smaller context, this is a legitimate order. In a larger context, this is a war crime. And when we employ AI, which will impact humans' lives, we need to think twice, if not 3 times. The last story of today from me. The King Midas myth, Greek ancient means. King Midas was a good guy. He made something good to the gods. The gods said, well, what do you want? We can give it to you. He said, I would like anything I touch become gold. Are you sure? Definitely, that's my dream. Okay, get it. So he went home, he touched the door, gold. He touched the tree, gold. He wanted to drink some water. He took the glass of water, it became gold. He wanted to eat something. He took meat. It became gold. He started crying. His daughter came. He hugged her, and she became a gold statue. So he died because of his wishes. So when we employ AI, we need to think twice, if not 3 times, whether we will be able to do that. And this is my very last point, I promise, I think that how we can complement, how we can contribute, all of us, to the better respect of IHL, to the better implementation of it. Respect of it, dissemination of it, making clear the impact of humanitarian organizations in the battlefield as ICRC is, because ICRC is a very non-public organization. We speak very seldom about ourselves because we enjoy confidential dialogue with states. But that's our input that we can make. Thank you very much for this opportunity to speak today with you. Thank you.
I think the way you concluded your talk, we will not even buy gold. So, but you know, there's notwithstanding the fact that, well, international humanitarian laws are extremely important. Without them, it will become a jungle. Jungle still has certain rules. So it become a sort of a uncontrolled, ungoverned global space. But let's also be realistic to the things on ground. For example, we have to see who is today respecting these 4 Geneva Conventions and 3 protocols, right? A second example I'll give you, the verdict given by Permanent Court of Arbitration on South China Sea. You know, the verdict was there, very much there in favor of Philippines, but who was there to enforce it, right? So Chinese still have the last laugh, and they're consolidating in South China Sea and changing the cartographic map of South China Sea. Now look at this. International Court of Justice, Criminal Court, has given verdict very recently against Prime Minister Netanyahu, right? Then they also gave a verdict last year against President Putin. Then Omar al-Bashir of Sudan. Now, which country is going to implement these verdicts of International Criminal Court? Same is the case about International Court of Justice. You know, when South African went to International Court of Justice, they gave a verdict on Israel and this thing. And Israelis have been openly, you know, abusing International Court of Justice there. So likewise, they did on Armenia-Azerbaijan conflict. The biggest, you know, elephant in the room is going to be the 2 contesting digital ecosystems. One which is led by the West, Americans, and second, which is going to be by Chinese. And in that, I think there is very little ground for us to have a global artificial intelligence cyber space architecture. If this architecture doesn't come, each of these countries, which are going to be the digital haves, are going to exploit this technology to the hilt to perpetuate their own national interests. So that is the risk that we have to say, and that is why it is very important today for us to discuss on the cyber laws, the space laws, the artificial intelligence laws. If these are not brought into the international humanitarian law or laws of the war, we would be actually catching the wrong end of the stick to deal with the problem, which is very, very difficult. So with this, we come to the end of this session, and we'll have just about 10 to 15 minutes. So what I request is we'll get one set of questions and then request the panelists to respond. House is open. Yeah, please identify yourself. Very quick question.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Rahul Banerjee. I'm the Managing Director at Reisner House. We are a policy think tank and specialize in foreign policy planning. My question is to Enveld. You have mentioned very clearly about how climate change impacts various security dynamics around the world. A work that I've been doing for the last 1.5 years is how climate change impacts security architecture in the Himalayas. So with the existing knowledge of how climate change induces conflicts, it's very limited. How do you bring it to the formal discussion? Because countries like India still do not accept climate change as a credible driver of conflicts. How do you bring it into the knowledge and discussions? Thank you.
Yeah, we'll wait, we'll get set of questions. You can note that question. Yes. Yes, Daniel, you have a question?
Yes, sir. Question to Ingvild. Multilateral forces heavily rely on the host countries, and Africa being have 83% African Middle East, 83% of armed conflicts demographic scenario with highly volatile state. How implementation and of the IHL, the stability and protection for the same. The rate is deteriorating with the developing proxy scenario, PMC's engagement, and with the GERD, Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam from Somali to Ethiopia, and then all the West African zone. I'd like to take your current scenario and then the trend to get developed.
Yes, you had a question. Please identify yourself.
Hello, my name is Sachi, and my question is to Pavan sir. Sir, as you mentioned that there are unethical softwares used in AI warfare, I just want to ask, do you think that there are methods that United Nations can use to prevent this from happening instead of finding a cure for it? As we all know, prevention is better than cure. So that's my question.
Yes, yes. Yes, Mr. Dudeja. Yeah. Yeah, udhar de do. Udhar.
Yeah, madam, you talked about climate change. Recently, concluding in Azerbaijan, it was just a rhetorics. The way fund was to be available of $1.3 trillion, it has come down to only 300 billion, and that is only for 11 years. So, do you think we are trying to collapse or sabotage this COP in future, near future?
Thank you. There's a question from behind. Two questions. Yes, yes, please.
Hello. So my question is that when we talk about climate change as a multiplier cause for many conflicts, especially in Africa, because I'm a research scholar in African studies. So my question is that when we talk about the receiving end of the climate change impacts, for example, the African countries, or for example, the global south, we talk about technology transfer, we talk about finance, but we always see that there's a dead block. There's no technology transfer and there's no finance coming. For example, I'll give an example of Kenya because I'm working on Kenya. When Kenya submitted its nationally determined contributions, updated one in 2020, 85% of its climate change framework is based upon finance, and it has to be financed from outside. Right, but there's no finance coming to the country, and there's no finance coming to the global south, and in general, all the African countries. So the question that I want to ask you is that what role can indigenous knowledge systems can play to counter the effects of climate change?
Thank you. Yes, please identify yourself. Quick question. Yeah.
Good afternoon, sir. Myself, Dayanidhi. I'm a student of Amity University, Uttar Pradesh. I'm a forensic science undergraduate student. So I've always been intrigued about the term cyber diplomacy. So when I came across this AI and ML integration, so I was wondering how this AI deployed autonomous systems raises questions about ethical measures and ethical frameworks as to how we can rework based on the international humanitarian law.
Yeah. Oh God, there's too many questions. Yes. Yeah, please, just behind you first, so that I don't miss. Just hand over so that I don't miss anybody.
I am Brigadier Rajendra Kumar, and my question is for Dr. Kozak. I feel one of the biggest challenges for IHL during state and non-state armed conflict is to ensure unimpeded passage of humanitarian aid. We have seen in this Palestine and Israel war that the IHL rules are being violently violated. Nobody is obeying the IHL rules. So under these circumstances, how is IHL going to cope with it?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, yeah.
Thank you, sir. I'm Aditya. I'm a PhD candidate from JNU. My question is to Dr. Kozak. So you mentioned that IHL must be respected by different states and nations. So my simple question is, how do we make them respect IHL?
Thank you. And yes, uh, please. And there's an officer from this side. Yeah, we can't hear you.
Good afternoon. My name is Asutosh. I am a history student from Hansraj College, and uh, I'm still a beginner in this field of international relations and law. So I have a very simple question: that how do we manage national interest with humanity? For example, we've seen what Israel is doing in Palestine, or I must say in Gaza, continuously, and still. Although we can understand that how human rights are violated, but still all we have our own national interests. So how shall we balance, and what measures should we consider while acknowledging this dichotomy between the two?
Yeah, there's an officer here. Yes.
Morning, sir. My question is with Mr. Kozik. So the initial framework of IHL was post-World War II, with a more background to World War I, where two states were in conflict, and both the states were basically involved in a conventional forces, fighting a conventional war with conventional armies. However, the today's conflict is basically a primary or the majority of the portion is non-state actors versus the government. So now we need a change in IHLs. We had a addition in 1977 for the IHL, but with the current scenario, how we are looking, the IHL has to be respected. That is a basic foremost thing. But how are we going to adapt to the new conflict where the non-state actors are involved with the national parties or a country? Thank you.
Yeah, that's we'll just take, yes, please. I'll just come to. No, yeah.
Uh, Good morning. Sorry, good afternoon. I'm Adya. My question is to Mr. Kozik. Sir, you talked about autonomous weapons a lot, so lethal autonomous weapons. However, there's also the question of AI weapons, right? And autonomous weapons are more algorithmic, while AI weapons are more on the prediction side. So, do you believe that there should be a difference in the laws that are made, or how the older laws are interpreted for both of these types of weapons? And if so, what differentiation would you suggest on your part?
Yes, sir.
I'm Brigadier Panwar. I would just like to respond to the United Nations maintaining peace and tranquility in the world. So how much does the United Nations preempt conflicts? Suppose a war is going to take place between Russia and Ukraine. How has the United Nations preempted it? The situation in Bangladesh is commotion, it's confusion. They're destroying their homeland. इस घर को आग लग गई, घर के चिराग से वापस में लड़ रहे हैं. We created so-called Bangladesh of a liberation war. And now what has happened? It's back to square one. And similarly, saving human lives, the responsibility and tasking of the United Nations. There are over 110 million landmines lying all over the world. And mine detecting, mine demolition operations are taking place. They take out 1 lakh per year. I went to Cambodia. The whole area is filled with anti-personnel mines. Children are being put with crutches. Little children, 3 years old, they're all bandaged up. In Afghanistan, in Cambodia, Herzegovina, and all over the world. I gave this lecture to several places. That how do we save this young boy's future at the age of 3? Can we not dispense with manufacturing anti-personnel mines? Just 100 grams. Alfred Nobel gave us explosives for economic development, not to produce anti-tank mines, but they found their place there. And to save anti-tank mines, anti-personnel mines came in. And they are lying there. We are watching. Your view, sir.
Thank you. So what we'll do, we'll start from left. Please address the questions which are for you. Otherwise, we'll run out of time.
I'll just briefly take on the two questions that were addressed to me and from the young lady towards my left. You spoke about unethical, the unethical aspects of the use of AI and how do we prevent it. Well, prevention would come through identification of where a particular norm is getting flouted. The moment you have identified it, then you should be able to, moment you've identified it, then you should be able to make somebody accountable for it and then enforce certain penalties. Now, if that is the principle with which we follow, we would be, in the case of AI, it will require technology itself to be able to identify where the problem happened. And the same goes for cyber. So in both cases, technology itself will have to be brought to that level where it is able to identify. For example, a cyber attack happens through 10 proxies. And finally, it may be your nearest adversary, but it would have come all the way from Europe and come into India. So therefore, there is an entire tracking which has to be done and accountability, and therefore identification has to be done. So you have to use technology for that. But thereafter, what happens? So firstly, the person who has to go through this entire, or the organization that has to go through this, is the one which should be equipped for this. Secondly, is the idea about being able to bring in accountability and enforcement. Now, this would be done through a set of laws, conventions, frameworks, which would then have to be enforced through another organization. As far as the UN is concerned, and AI in particular, what you brought out, there is something called the CCW, the Convention on Certain Weapon Systems, which is already existing. And the UN has brought AI under the CCW ambit. For this, it has brought in a group of government experts, a GGE. And this group of government experts is even today meeting regularly to find a way to be able to go through this entire process, which I just mentioned to you. However, will it be able to enforce? It may be able to identify, it may be able to some extent socially make accountable and technically make accountable, but will it be able to enforce? For that, some mechanisms will still have to be worked out in a global framework. So in short, I would put it that way. As far as India is concerned, India is very clear. And this I bring out from, there are various talks which happen at various levels. And just like the nuclear non-proliferation treaty had only certain people in it, and they dominated the discussion and the discourse on it, it's a similar attempt being done in AI and cyber at a global level. So India has to watch out to defend its own capabilities and rights and keep its right for innovation. For that, we have very clear in our policies that we would be banking on the CCW and the GGE under the aegis of the UN. There are other places where this has been meetings have taken place for this. As I said, I have been to the REAIM summit, the Responsible AI in the Military Domain Summit, which was started by the Netherlands and the Koreans. 3 more have joined in, Kenya, Singapore, and 1 more, I don't recollect. But there are a total of 52 countries which attended it. 1 country didn't sign it, and that was China. India did sign on to that. But we still maintain that it is the GG and the CCW under whose ambit we want it to function. We ourselves will also lead a discussion on this, and there are talks going on this as Voice of the Global South whenever that summit happens. As far as cyber diplomacy is concerned, from the young man at the back of the hall, you said you started with cyber diplomacy, but you wanted to know how will IHL come into basically use of AI and cyber. I think what I just brought out, the principle remains. Also, the principle of IHL remains. I think IHL has to be based on a set of principles. And those principles will be unchanged, whatever the form of technology. And once those principles are clearly identified, which have been done, it is only a question of the application and the manner of application of IHL. So the basis remains IHL. The convention frameworks may be different, as I mentioned earlier, but the principles of IHL will have to be respected.
To be quick. Thank you very much. Sure, always quick. So, yeah, I had a number of questions, and I want to say also that it has been 2 months for me coming to this country, and I'm really, really amazed by the level of knowledge and expertise that the audience share back. It's very, very pleasant to answer your questions today. First, well, there is indeed an issue of how IHL copes with IHL violations. We heard about the ICC, we heard about how to implement that. Well, first, IHL is a part of international law. And look, international law is not quick. International law takes time to be implemented. Until the last decade, we had cases of Nazis committed crimes during the Second World War, still prosecuted these days. Sometimes it takes 10, 20, 30 years, but it's there. There are no statutory limitations for the war crimes. So it will come. The responsibility will come. We just need to wait. If there are violations, there will be the response. How to ensure that states respect IHL? And that's a very good question. Well, actually, the IHL and as public international law works the way that states need to respect that other states respect IHL. They need to ensure that other states respect IHL. And this is a problem. Not only with IHL, with all the fields of public international law. There is a problem there. But we have other means as well. Yes, we have UN Security Council, which has been, I dare to say, criticized today many times. We have the peacekeeping operations, which are still relevant and need to be relevant because they fill the gap that no one can fill in. We have ICRC, which quite often comes first and leave the last, the contexts. In Donbass, ICRC is the only international organization that keep working these days. And this is just one of many examples. And this, we all pay the price. And many of my colleagues suffered because of that, including, unfortunately, the cases of them being late. So, how to ensure that states are respecting IHL? ICRC uses the persuasion. We come in a confidential manner. We come to states, come to authorities saying, look, we saw this and that. We think it's not right. Let's work together, or how you would want, if you want, we can support you, but please change your practice. And that's what we do on the constant basis in a confidential dialogue. We never disclose it. Whether it's efficient, we think it's much more efficient if, in contrast, we would be a public organization. We would not have any added value. So we bring added value, but it makes us non-public. And when someone criticizes the ICRC, we don't have much to answer because we cannot bring the concrete case, say, no, 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 you are not right. Look, this happened. And that's why we all need to protect humanitarians from our side, not to multiply again the hate speech against it. Autonomous weapon systems versus AI weapon. Look, AI is a technology. Autonomous weapon system is a technology. But, well, actually, ICRC doesn't like the word lethal here. We use autonomous weapon systems because whether they're lethal or not, they need to be regulated anyway. So, and my response would be a little bit complicated probably, but it doesn't matter which kind of car you drive, right? You have the same traffic rules. And IHL is still the same, it's still there. Doesn't matter which type of weapon you employ. If it still has 4 wheels and you can drive it, then the rules are still the same. So for AI or AVS, the rules should be there. What we do not say. We do not say that this weapon needs to be prohibited or limited. AI, AVS indeed can contribute to the less sufferings of people, to the being more precise, to aim or to ensure that civilians are better protected. And this is true. That's why we say states need to see it in group of governmental experts, in other places, and to keep discussing this type of issues. What we say, they should not be used when they are unpredictable or when they are employed against human beings because of the ethics and other issues. And the last but not least, as I've said, indeed, we have the challenges. We have non-state actors group. We have so-called terrorist group. We have many groups of people who are being led by many interests. We have the civilians who act as combatants. We have combatants that need to be spared because they are wounded or sick, etc., etc., etc. The question is, what is the basis to rule the behavior of those who apply lethal force? What are the rules? Do they have rules? Yes, there are the rules. What are they? International humanitarian law. How to ensure they are respected? They need to know rules, and they need to practice rules. I see a lot of military people here. And ask yourself, don't answer me, but ask yourself, how often you train during the drills, real humanitarian problems response? Ask yourself. And if you answer yourself not often, then it's something that needs to be changed. Because otherwise, how in the battlefield, in the difficult circumstances, when there is a question of your life of your colleagues, how you will ensure that IHL is respected? Thank you very much.
Yeah, I'm going to be quick. Apologies, I didn't quite get your question, but we can discuss it a bit later on. But you were the first, I think, about how climate peace and security is a very contested topic. You're certainly right, and you see that in the UN Security Council, where there is one perspective on how this should be approached. I think instead of focusing so much about whether it's climate change or environment or whatever, I think what we see based on research, what we see is that there is an increase in extreme weather events, and whether that's climate change or just how the Earth is evolving. I think that isn't the main question. It's how we should deal with that issue. That being said, I don't think that the environment or climate change is the most pressing issues in conflicts, but it certainly affects it and contributes it. And I think that's where the focus needs to be on. So as many countries can agree that there are indirect links, I think we need to have the focus there. And I also personally, with all due respect to the official Indian conviction that climate change is not something to be discussed in the UN Security Council, I think it needs to be discussed in all kinds of forums because of how it affects peace and security, as I was talking about earlier. And I think one point that is important to raise in this regard is, for instance, that the UN peace operations are affected. Their ability to fulfill their mandates is very much affected by the climate. So it's something that needs to be taken into consideration in their assessment and planning. And that therefore has to be discussed in the UN Security Council because that's where the mandates are being written. That's my opinion. But I think we need to find a common ground and see where we actually agree and just take it from there. And then there was another question up here about indigenous knowledge, I think. I think you're right, it's not financed well enough. But drawing on indigenous knowledge can be very useful and important. For instance, I know that the World Food Programme in Niger are drawing on indigenous knowledge to carve out these half moons that have been used to harvest water, and this has turned out to be quite effective. So I know it's happening to some extent, but we can certainly draw on more indigenous knowledge when it comes to this field, because it doesn't always have to be expensive. But I think I'm going to stop there because we don't really have that much time, and leave it over to you.
Any point you'd like to make quickly?
I think the young man from Amity University, the other gentleman who raised a point about national interest. There was someone who was asking a question about national interest and vis-a-vis doing the right thing. So in that, I can give two examples. One is fictitious and one is real. The fictitious one pertains to a book written by a very well-known novelist called John Le Carre. It's called The Russia House. And it came out when the Soviet Union was still the Soviet Union. And essentially it pertains to a Soviet scientist who wants to bring about peace. And he leaks the details of the Soviet nuclear program to the Americans via the British, wherein it is shown that the Soviet nuclear program is not all that it's cranked up to be. When it goes to the CIA refuses to believe it. And when they do believe it, they say we can't sell it to our people because then what happens to our military industrial complex? What happens to our weapons manufacturers? So they junked it. And of course, that scientist was killed and buried somewhere. So that's a fictitious example. The real example, again, is about national interest and doing the right thing. I was just talking yesterday in Germany, at the time of when the Syrian civil war was expanding and there were hordes of Syrian refugees coming across Western Europe. Countries closed their borders. The one country which opened its borders, despite a lot of opposition, was Germany. And that is because Chancellor Angela Merkel said, we will let them come. Because for her, she probably saw it as a manifestation of the national interest in her perception of doing the right thing. So at times these things do collide, sometimes they coincide, but possibly it is all an outcome of a country's ethos. I think that's all one can say.
Thank you, Jandeep. See, finally, I just want to say one thing is about climate change. Now, this is going to affect South Asia in a very big way. First is that, well, if you do glacial studies, that our glaciers are shrinking and the global warming is there. And this global warming is going to affect actually the Arctic ice. The Arctic today is melting 3 times faster than rest of the other glaciers. And this will have a direct impact on the monsoon pattern in the Indian Ocean region. And if the monsoon cycle gets disrupted, it will have an effect on your crops and your food productivity here in this country. Second thing which is of concern to us is, water is a global common. And the way Chinese are playing around with the waters of Tibet, the rivers, and they are not even signatory as an upper riparian state to the UN resolution on waters. So that's another risk that if you manipulate these waters and then, the flood and ecological degradation and other consequences, the lower riparian states are going to suffer, like India, Bangladesh, and things like that. The global warming and the rise of sea levels, our coastal areas will suffer. Sri Lanka, Maldives, Bangladesh will suffer, which will create cumulatively problems for India. So there is a need actually at the UN even to look at water as a global common, and the upper riparian states must have a responsibility of using those resources with responsibility. In regard to Brigadier Panwar's question, you see the problem here is that there was this UN resolution 2005 on responsibility to protect. And at that time, because it suited the big five, under the guise of this responsibility to protect, they came to Libya and Syria. They use an international force. Now, when it comes to places like Afghanistan, Ukraine, Gaza, you talk about preemptive diplomacy. What happens when the big five themselves who are supposed to be the custodians of global peace, they are not ready to do it? And unless the UN security passes a resolution, UN itself cannot mobilize any UN peacekeeping forces. It is to be based on the UN Security Council resolution, and in which it's become very, very difficult to pass a resolution. So where is the solution? The solution is to amend the UN mandate. And UN mandate, actually the resolution can be mooted or it can be moved in the UN General Assembly under the Article 109, wherein you will require 129 votes out of 193 as far as General Assembly members are concerned, and 9 out of 15 as far as UN Security Council is concerned. And for the moment of the moving the resolution, there is no veto. So this should be the first step. If this first step is taken, then the next step will be, the 2/3 majority in the General Assembly and all veto holding members actually putting their pen to the paper and then amending the UN Charter. And once the UN Charter is amended, it will open a new vista of, putting these things together, UN mandates, UN charters, and even how do you regulate the use of visa, right? So these are some of the things which are under discussion. Unless this is put in place, we'll not be able to move forward. So with this, we come to the end of this session, and thank you very much for my co-panelists for brilliant presentations and very interesting question answers. Give them a big applause.
Our thanks to the panelists for this very engrossed discussion in which they lost a track of time. But I think it was worth it. And I have some questions available to me. So this discussion in overall will act as a curtain raiser for the sessions to follow, because we are focusing on the conflict and its effect on the various other things. May I request Mr. Kadirowal, head of the regional delegation ICRC, to present a token of remembrance to the panelists. May I request the panelists to come forward? Sir. Yeah. We can carry on. I think one panelist is left.
Yes.
This is what automation can do when the human effect is not directly involved into it. With this, we end the session 1, and we break for the lunch. And next session will start sharp at 2. I'll request everybody to be seated here by 1:55. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Come, let's have a quick
group photo.
It's your time. Thanks.
So I'll get my.
I'm not sure about that. Yeah, I think she.
In the last 5 years, we've witnessed violence in Syria, South Sudan, Ukraine, Central African Republic, Yemen, and a score of other nations. A few of more than the 80 countries we've worked in, without fear or favor for more than 150 years. In that time, we've garnered 3 Nobel Peace Prizes, more than any other organization in history. But this comes with losses. Every year we see colleagues caught up in the crossfire, sometimes killed or kidnapped. Amidst some of the harshest conflicts on earth, we assist with the basics of life: water, food, shelter. We work with communities to repair central infrastructure, like roads and water systems. We support people to support themselves through small businesses and loans. And we send war surgeons, nurses, and doctors to where they're most needed.
We do get postage all over. Here in South Sudan, it's in civil war, and the systems are quite broken down, so there's not enough resources to care for the many people who are victims of violence and injuries. So ICRC work here is trying to mitigate that.
Today, 65 million people are fleeing conflict, more than any other time in history. For those on the move, we support them on the journey where we can. But for those who don't want to leave their homes, or can't, they remain stuck in besieged cities. Through preference or circumstance, the conditions they face can be dire.
لأنه لا بصوب لا يعني حرامات لا بسفنجات يعني ما عندنا شيء يعني حوشنا.
We try to reach people stranded in conflicts and make sure they have what they need. The Red Cross and Red Crescent network spans 190 countries. Through this global reach, we help families find those they've lost in the chaos of war.
Once we realized the children had no family members with them at all, we collected all the information they could give us about their families. We used the pictures of the children, we used the names of the children and the names of their family members, and this is how we managed to locate their parents, their siblings, and their grandparents.
Again and again, we connect brothers and sisters, fathers and mothers. When the circumstances aren't so fortunate, our forensic experts work to bring closure and the opportunity for a dignified burial. We care for victims of sexual violence and work to prevent such crimes.
Les hommes réagissent en niant cette réalité. Ils disent que ce sont l'affaire des femmes. C'est pour cela que nous allons continuer en tant que volontaires à faire nos sensibilisations pour qu'un jour, toute la communauté puisse être au courant et de savoir que le viol, c'est quoi.
Throughout the world, we work to help the most vulnerable people and those who may be overlooked. We care that detainees are treated humanely, no matter what they've done. visiting 1 million detainees in almost 100 countries.
Assalamu alaikum. Sa mga tarima po namin, ma'am, 23 inmates po kami. Yung iba, nagdadalawa-dalawa na lang po sila. Dito sa sahig po, ma'am, mas marami po yung...
From the diplomatic level to the front line, we remind fighters on all sides that wars have limits. Named in the Geneva Conventions as an authority on the laws of war, we work to regulate the use of weapons, the methods of warfare, and to ensure civilians are spared. No matter who they are or what side they're on, we treat the sick and wounded.
Being an organization which is very neutral and impartial, that's what we do. So it's spontaneous. You don't even have to think about it. Anybody comes with emergency, you take them in, no question.
And in the wake of war, when weapons, bombs, and mines are abandoned, we clean up what we can and help those whose lives have been changed by war regain their independence. Often first on the ground and the last to leave. Neutral, impartial, and independent, we are the International Committee of the Red Cross. This isn't a story about hate. It's a story about love. In the last 5 years, we've witnessed violence in Syria, South Sudan, Ukraine, Central African Republic, Yemen, and a score of other nations. A few of more than the 80 countries we've worked in, without fear or favor for more than 150 years. In that time, we've garnered 3 Nobel Peace Prizes, more than any other organization in history. But this comes with losses. Every year we see colleagues caught up in the crossfire, sometimes killed or kidnapped. Amidst some of the harshest conflicts on Earth, we assist with the basics of life: water, food, shelter. We work with communities to repair central infrastructure, like roads and water systems. We support people to support themselves through small businesses and loans. And we send war surgeons, nurses, and doctors to where they're most needed.
We do get postage all over. Here in South Sudan, it's in civil war, and the systems are quite broken down, so there's not enough resources to care for the many people who are victims of violence and injuries. So ICRC work here is trying to mitigate that.
Today, 65 million people are fleeing conflict, more than any other time in history. For those on the move, we support them on the journey where we can. But for those who don't want to leave their homes, or can't, they remain stuck in besieged cities. Through preference or circumstance, the conditions they face can be dire.
لأنه لا بصوبة لا يعني حرامات لا بسفنجات، يعني ما عندنا شيء يعني حوشنا.
We try to reach people stranded in conflicts and make sure they have what they need. The Red Cross and Red Crescent network spans 190 countries. Through this global reach, we help families find those they've lost in the chaos of war.
Once we realized the children had no family members with them at all, we collected all the information they could give us about their families. We used the pictures of the children, we used the names of the children and the names of their family members. And this is how we managed to locate their parents, their siblings, and their grandparents.
Again and again, we connect brothers and sisters, fathers and mothers. When the circumstances aren't so fortunate, our forensic experts work to bring closure, and the opportunity for a dignified burial. We care for victims of sexual violence and work to prevent such crimes.
Les hommes réagissent en niant cette réalité. Ils disent que ce sont l'affaire des femmes. C'est pour cela que nous allons continuer en tant que volontaires à faire nos sensibilisations pour qu'un jour, toute la communauté puisse être au courant et de savoir que le viol, c'est quoi.
Throughout the world, we work to help the most vulnerable people and those who may be overlooked. We care that detainees are treated humanely, no matter what they've done, visiting 1 million detainees in almost 100 countries.
Assalamu alaikum. Sa mga tarima po namin, ma'am, 23 inmates po kami. Yung iba, nagdadalawa-dalawa na lang po sila. Dito sa sahig po, ma'am, mas marami po yung...
From the diplomatic level to the front line, we remind fighters on all sides that wars have limits. Named in the Geneva Conventions as an authority on the laws of war, we work to regulate the use of weapons, the methods of warfare, and to ensure civilians are spared. No matter who they are or what side they're on, we treat the sick and wounded.
Being an organization which is very neutral and impartial, that's what we do. So it's spontaneous. You don't even have to think about it. Anybody comes with emergency, you take them in, no question.
And in the wake of war, when weapons, bombs, and mines are abandoned, we clean up what we can and help those whose lives have been changed by war regain their independence. Often first on the ground and the last to leave. Neutral, impartial, and independent, we are the International Committee of the Red Cross. This isn't a story about hate. It's a story about love. In the last 5 years, we've witnessed violence in Syria, South Sudan, Ukraine, Central African Republic, Yemen, and a score of other nations. A few of more than the 80 countries we've worked in, without fear or favor for more than 150 years. In that time, we've garnered 3 Nobel Peace Prizes, more than any other organization in history. But this comes with losses. Every year, we see colleagues caught up in the crossfire, sometimes killed or kidnapped. Amidst some of the harshest conflicts on Earth, we assist with the basics of life: water, food, shelter. We work with communities to repair central infrastructure, like roads and water systems. We support people to support themselves through small businesses and loans. And we send war surgeons, nurses, and doctors to where they're most needed.
We do get postage all over. Here in South Sudan, it's in civil war, and the systems are quite broken down, so there's not enough resources to care for the many people who are victims of violence and injuries. So ICRC work here is trying to mitigate that.
Today, 65 million people are fleeing conflict, more than any other time in history. For those on the move, we support them on the journey where we can. But for those who don't want to leave their homes, or can't, they remain stuck in besieged cities. Through preference or circumstance, the conditions they face can be dire.
لأنه لا بصوبة لا يعني حرامات لا بسفنجات يعني ما عندنا شيء يعني حوشنا.
We try to reach people stranded in conflicts and make sure they have what they need. The Red Cross and Red Crescent Network spans 190 countries. Through this global reach, we help families find those they've lost in the chaos of war.
Once we realized the children had no family members with them at all, we collected all the information they could give us about their families. We used the pictures of the children, we used the names of the children and the names of their family members. And this is how we managed to locate their parents, their siblings, and their grandparents.
Again and again, we connect brothers and sisters, fathers and mothers. When the circumstances aren't so fortunate, our forensic experts work to bring closure and the opportunity for a dignified burial. We care for victims of sexual violence and work to prevent such crimes.
Les hommes réagissent en niant cette réalité. Ils disent que ce sont l'affaire des femmes. C'est pour cela que nous allons continuer en tant que volontaires à faire nos sensibilisations pour qu'un jour, toute la communauté puisse être au courant et de savoir que le viol, c'est quoi.
Throughout the world, we work to help the most vulnerable people and those who may be overlooked. We care that detainees are treated humanely, no matter what they've done, visiting 1 million detainees in almost 100 countries.
Assalamu alaikum. Sa mga tarima po namin, ma'am, 23 inmates po kami, yung iba, nagdadalawa-dalawa na lang po sila. Dito sa sahig po, ma'am, mas marami po yung...
From the diplomatic level to the front line, we remind fighters on all sides that wars have limits. Named in the Geneva Conventions as an authority on the laws of war, we work to regulate the use of weapons, the methods of warfare, and to ensure civilians are spared. No matter who they are or what side they're on, we treat the sick and wounded.
Being an organization which is very neutral and impartial, that's what we do. So it's spontaneous. You don't even have to think about it. Anybody comes with emergency, you take them in, no question.
And in the wake of war, when weapons, bombs, and mines are abandoned, we clean up what we can and help those whose lives have been changed by war regain their independence. Often first on the ground and the last to leave. Neutral, impartial, and independent, we are the International Committee of the Red Cross. This isn't a story about hate. It's a story about love. In the last 5 years, we've witnessed violence in Syria, South Sudan, Ukraine, Central African Republic, Yemen, and a score of other nations. A few of more than the 80 countries we've worked in, without fear or favor for more than 150 years. In that time, we've garnered 3 Nobel Peace Prizes, more than any other organization in history. But this comes with losses. Every year we see colleagues caught up in the crossfire, sometimes killed or kidnapped. Amidst some of the harshest conflicts on Earth, we assist with the basics of life: water, food, shelter. We work with communities to repair central infrastructure, like roads and water systems. We support people to support themselves through small businesses and loans. And we send war surgeons, nurses, and doctors to where they're most needed.
We do get postage all over. Here in South Sudan, it's in civil war, and the systems are quite broken down, so there's not enough resources to care for the many people who are victims of violence and injuries. So ICRC work here is trying to mitigate that.
Today, 65 million people are fleeing conflict, more than any other time in history. For those on the move, we support them on the journey where we can. But for those who don't want to leave their homes, or can't, they remain stuck in besieged cities. Through preference or circumstance, the conditions they face can be dire.
لأنه لا بصوبة لا يعني حرامات لا بسفنجات يعني ما عندنا شيء يعني حوشنا.
We try to reach people stranded in conflicts and make sure they have what they need. The Red Cross and Red Crescent network spans 190 countries. Through this global reach, we help families find those they've lost in the chaos of war.
Once we realized the children had no family members with them at all, we collected all the information they could give us about their families. We used the pictures of the children, we used the names of the children and the names of their family members. And this is how we managed to locate their parents, their siblings, and their grandparents.
Again and again, we connect brothers and sisters, fathers and mothers. When the circumstances aren't so fortunate, our forensic experts work to bring closure and the opportunity for a dignified burial. We care for victims of sexual violence and work to prevent such crimes.
Les hommes réagissent en niant cette réalité. Ils disent que ce sont l'affaire des femmes. C'est pour cela que nous allons continuer en tant que volontaires à faire nos sensibilisations pour qu'un jour, toute la communauté puisse être au courant et de savoir que le viol, c'est quoi.
Throughout the world, we work to help the most vulnerable people and those who may be overlooked. We care that detainees are treated humanely, no matter what they've done, visiting 1 million detainees in almost 100 countries.
Assalamu alaikum. Sa mga tarima po namin, ma'am, 23 inmates po kami, yung iba, nagdadalawa-dalawa na lang po sila. Dito sa sahig po, ma'am, mas marami po yung...
From the diplomatic level to the front line, we remind fighters on all sides that wars have limits. Named in the Geneva Conventions as an authority on the laws of war, we work to regulate the use of weapons, the methods of warfare, and to ensure civilians are spared. No matter who they are or what side they're on, we treat the sick and wounded.
Being an organization which is very neutral and impartial, that's what we do. So it's spontaneous. You don't even have to think about it. Anybody comes with emergency, you take them in, no question.
And in the wake of war, when weapons, bombs, and mines are abandoned, we clean up what we can and help those whose lives have been changed by war regain their independence. Often first on the ground and the last to leave. Neutral, impartial, and independent, we are the International Committee of the Red Cross. This isn't a story about hate. It's a story about love. In the last 5 years, we've witnessed violence in Syria, South Sudan, Ukraine, Central African Republic, Yemen, and a score of other nations. A few of more than the 80 countries we've worked in, without fear or favor for more than 150 years. In that time, we've garnered 3 Nobel Peace Prizes, more than any other organization in history. But this comes with losses. Every year, we see colleagues caught up in the crossfire, sometimes killed or kidnapped. Amidst some of the harshest conflicts on Earth, we assist with the basics of life: water, food, shelter. We work with communities to repair central infrastructure, like roads and water systems. We support people to support themselves through small businesses and loans. And we send war surgeons, nurses and doctors to where they're most needed.
We do get postage all over. Here in South Sudan, it's in civil war, and the systems are quite broken down, so there's not enough resources to care for the many people who are victims of violence and injuries. So ICRC work here is trying to mitigate that.
Today, 65 million people are fleeing conflict, more than any other time in history. For those on the move, we support them on the journey where we can. But for those who don't want to leave their homes, or can't, they remain stuck in besieged cities. Through preference or circumstance, the conditions they face can be dire.
لأنه لا بصوبة لا يعني حرامات لا بسفنجات يعني ما عندنا شيء يعني حوشنا.
We try to reach people stranded in conflicts and make sure they have what they need. The Red Cross and Red Crescent network spans 190 countries. Through this global reach, we help families find those they've lost in the chaos of war.
Once we realized the children had no family members with them at all, we collected all the information they could give us about their families. We used the pictures of the children, we used the names of the children and the names of their family members. And this is how we managed to locate their parents, their siblings, and their grandparents.
Again and again, we connect brothers and sisters, fathers and mothers. When the circumstances aren't so fortunate, our forensic experts work to bring closure and the opportunity for a dignified burial. We care for victims of sexual violence and work to prevent such crimes.
Les hommes réagissent en niant cette réalité. Ils disent que ce sont l'affaire des femmes. C'est pour cela que nous allons continuer en tant que volontaires à faire nos sensibilisations pour qu'un jour, toute la communauté puisse être au courant et de savoir que le viol, c'est quoi.
Throughout the world, we work to help the most vulnerable people and those who may be overlooked. We care that detainees are treated humanely, no matter what they've done, visiting 1 million detainees in almost 100 countries.
Assalamu alaikum. Sa mga tarima po namin, ma'am, 23 inmates po kami, yung iba, nagdadalawa-dalawa na lang po sila. Dito sa sahig po, ma'am, mas marami po yung...
From the diplomatic level to the front line, we remind fighters on all sides that wars have limits. Named in the Geneva Conventions as an authority on the laws of war, we work to regulate the use of weapons, the methods of warfare, and to ensure civilians are spared. No matter who they are or what side they're on, we treat the sick and wounded.
Being an organization which is very neutral and impartial, that's what we do. So it's spontaneous. You don't even have to think about it. Anybody comes with emergency, you take them in, no question.
And in the wake of war, when weapons, bombs, and mines are abandoned, we clean up what we can and help those whose lives have been changed by war regain their independence. Often first on the ground and the last to leave. Neutral, impartial, and independent, we are the International Committee of the Red Cross. This isn't a story about hate. It's a story about love. In the last 5 years, we've witnessed violence in Syria, South Sudan, Ukraine, Central African Republic, Yemen, and a score of other nations. A few of more than the 80 countries we've worked in, without fear or favor for more than 150 years. In that time, we've garnered 3 Nobel Peace Prizes, more than any other organization in history. But this comes with losses. Every year, we see colleagues caught up in the crossfire, sometimes killed or kidnapped. Amidst some of the harshest conflicts on Earth, we assist with the basics of life: water, food, shelter. We work with communities to repair central infrastructure, like roads and water systems. We support people to support themselves through small businesses and loans. And we send war surgeons, nurses, and doctors to where they're most needed.
We do get postage all over. Here in South Sudan, it's in civil war, and the systems are quite broken down, so there's not enough resources to care for the many people who are victims of violence and injuries. So ICRC work here is trying to mitigate that.
Today, 65 million people are fleeing conflict, more than any other time in history. For those on the move, we support them on the journey where we can. But for those who don't want to leave their homes, or can't, they remain stuck in besieged cities. Through preference or circumstance, the conditions they face can be dire.
لأنه لا بصوبة لا يعني حرامات لا بسفنجات يعني ما عندنا شيء يعني حوشنا.
We try to reach people stranded in conflicts and make sure they have what they need. The Red Cross and Red Crescent network spans 190 countries. Through this global reach, we help families find those they've lost in the chaos of war.
Once we realized the children had no family members with them at all, we collected all the information they could give us about their families. We used the pictures of the children, we used the names of the children and the names of their family members, and this is how we managed to locate their parents, their siblings, and their grandparents.
Again and again, we connect brothers and sisters, fathers and mothers. When the circumstances aren't so fortunate, our forensic experts work to bring closure and the opportunity for a dignified burial. We care for victims of sexual violence and work to prevent such crimes.
Les hommes réagissent en niant cette réalité. Ils disent que ce sont l'affaire des femmes. C'est pour cela que nous allons continuer en tant que volontaires à faire nos sensibilisations pour qu'un jour, toute la communauté puisse être au courant et de savoir que le viol, c'est quoi.
Throughout the world, we work to help the most vulnerable people and those who may be overlooked. We care that detainees are treated humanely, no matter what they've done, visiting 1 million detainees in almost 100 countries.
Assalamu alaikum. Sa mga tarima po namin, ma'am, 23 inmates po kami, yung iba, nagdadalawa-dalawa na lang po sila. Dito sa sahig po, ma'am, mas marami po yung...
From the diplomatic level to the front line, we remind fighters on all sides that wars have limits. Named in the Geneva Conventions as an authority on the laws of war, we work to regulate the use of weapons, the methods of warfare, and to ensure civilians are spared. No matter who they are or what side they're on, we treat the sick and wounded.
Being an organization which is very neutral and impartial, that's what we do. So it's spontaneous. You don't even have to think about it. Anybody comes with emergency, you take them in, no question.
And in the wake of war, when weapons, bombs, and mines are abandoned, we clean up what we can and help those whose lives have been changed by war regain their independence. Often first on the ground and the last to leave. Neutral, impartial, and independent, we are the International Committee of the Red Cross. This isn't a story about hate. It's a story about love. In the last 5 years, we've witnessed violence in Syria, South Sudan, Ukraine, Central African Republic, Yemen, and a score of other nations. A few of more than the 80 countries we've worked in, without fear or favor for more than 150 years. In that time, we've garnered 3 Nobel Peace Prizes, more than any other organization in history. But this comes with losses. Every year, we see colleagues caught up in the crossfire, sometimes killed or kidnapped. Amidst some of the harshest conflicts on Earth, we assist with the basics of life: water, food, shelter. We work with communities to repair central infrastructure, like roads and water systems. We support people to support themselves through small businesses and loans. And we send war surgeons, nurses, and doctors to where they're most needed.
We do get postage all over. Here in South Sudan, it's in civil war, and the systems are quite broken down, so there's not enough resources to care for the many people who are victims of violence and injuries. So ICRC work here is trying to mitigate that.
Today, 65 million people are fleeing conflict, more than any other time in history. For those on the move, we support them on the journey where we can. But for those who don't want to leave their homes, or can't, they remain stuck in besieged cities. Through preference or circumstance, the conditions they face can be dire.
لأنه لا بصوبة لا يعني حرامات لا بسفنجات يعني ما عندنا شيء يعني حوشنا.
We try to reach people stranded in conflicts and make sure they have what they need. The Red Cross and Red Crescent network spans 190 countries. Through this global reach, we help families find those they've lost in the chaos of war.
Once we realized the children had no family members with them at all, we collected all the information they could give us about their families. We used the pictures of the children, we used the names of the children and the names of their family members. And this is how we managed to locate their parents, their siblings, and their grandparents.
Again and again, we connect brothers and sisters, fathers and mothers. When the circumstances aren't so fortunate, our forensic experts work to bring closure and the opportunity for a dignified burial.
It is my sincere pleasure to address
Care for victims of sexual violence and work to prevent such crimes.
Les hommes réagissent en niant cette réalité. Ils disent que ce sont l'affaire des femmes. C'est pour cela que nous allons continuer en tant que volontaires à faire nos sensibilisations pour qu'un jour, toute la communauté puisse être au courant et de savoir que le viol, c'est quoi.
Throughout the world, we work to help the most vulnerable people and those who may be overlooked. We care that detainees are treated humanely, no matter what they've done, visiting 1 million detainees in almost 100 countries.
Assalamu alaikum. Sa mga tarima po namin, ma'am, 23 inmates po kami, yung iba, nagdadalawa-dalawa na lang po sila. Dito sa sahig po, ma'am, mas marami po yung...
From the diplomatic level to the front line, we remind fighters on all sides that wars have limits. Named in the Geneva Conventions as an authority on the laws of war, we work to regulate the use of weapons, the methods of warfare, and to ensure civilians are spared. No matter who they are or what side they're on, we treat the sick and wounded.
Being an organization which is very neutral and impartial, that's what we do. So it's spontaneous. You don't even have to think about it. Anybody comes with emergency, you take them in, no question.
And in the wake of war, when weapons, bombs, and mines are abandoned, we clean up what we can and help those whose lives have been changed by war regain their independence. Often first on the ground and the last to leave. Neutral, impartial, and independent, we are the International Committee of the Red Cross. This isn't a story about hate. It's a story about love. In the last 5 years, we've witnessed violence in Syria, South Sudan, Ukraine, Central African Republic, Yemen, and a score of other nations. A few of more than the 80 countries we've worked in, without fear or favor for more than 150 years. In that time, we've garnered 3 Nobel Peace Prizes, more than any other organization in history. But this comes with losses. Every year we see colleagues caught up in the crossfire, sometimes killed or kidnapped. Amidst some of the harshest conflicts on earth, we assist with the basics of life: water, food, shelter. We work with communities to repair central infrastructure, like roads and water systems. We support people to support themselves through small businesses and loans. And we send war surgeons, nurses, and doctors to where they're most needed.
We do get postage all over. Here in South Sudan, it's in civil war, and the systems are quite broken down, so there's not enough resources to care for the many people who are victims of violence and injuries. So ICRC work here is trying to mitigate that.
Today, 65 million people are fleeing conflict, more than any other time in history. For those on the move, we support them on the journey where we can. But for those who don't want to leave their homes, or can't, they remain stuck in besieged cities. Through preference or circumstance, the conditions they face can be dire.
لأنه لا بصوبة لا يعني حرامات لا بسفنجات يعني ما عندنا شيء يعني حوشنا.
We try to reach people stranded in conflicts and make sure they have what they need. The Red Cross and Red Crescent network spans 190 countries. Through this global reach, we help families find those they've lost in the chaos of war.
Once we realized the children had no family members with them at all, we collected all the information they could give us about their families. We used the pictures of the children, we used the names of the children and the names of their family members, and this is how we managed to locate their parents, their siblings, and their grandparents.
Again and again, we connect brothers and sisters, fathers and mothers. When the circumstances aren't so fortunate, our forensic experts work to bring closure and the opportunity for a dignified burial. We care for victims of sexual violence and work to prevent such crimes.
Les hommes réagissent en niant cette réalité. Ils disent que ce sont l'affaire des femmes. C'est pour cela que nous allons continuer en tant que volontaires à faire une sensibilisation pour qu'un jour, toute la communauté puisse être au courant et de savoir que le viol, c'est quoi.
Throughout the world, we work to help the most vulnerable people and those who may be overlooked. We care that detainees are
nitty-gritties of modern conflict, now we begin with another important sessions, that is how conflicts are creating challenges to the peace operation and international humanitarian law. In fact, today's evolving conflicts are increasingly asymmetric, with combatants as well as non-state actors often operating without regards for the laws of the war. In these conflicts, civilians are not just collateral damage, but often deliberately target. Thus, the schools, hospitals, and places of worship have become battleground, and the growing prevalence of the technology and cyber threat has brought conflict into every home, affecting lives far removed from the physical battlefield. UN peace operations are critical and most important tools to maintain the international peace and security. And overall result shows that by promoting conflict resolution, it can mitigate violence. The Blue Helmets' ability to successfully complete their mission depends on mandate, available resources, and political will of the host as well as the UN member states. But conflict-torn host countries are increasingly divided, and their attention and resources are split among multiple crises. On the other hand, mandate has grown broad and complex, and political solutions are elusive. In fact, there are already signs that the configuration, mandate, and support provided to the peace operation is ill-suited to manage the evolving modern conflicts. So, high time for the entire UN system to adopt to these trends, with major implication on how UN peace operations are designed and implemented. In other words, challenges faced by the UN peacekeeping operations today are far greater than ever. IHL was established to protect civilians, prisoners, and those host the combat, but the growing complexity of evolving conflict with their myriad actors and tactics, the complicates the effort to enforce accountability for violation of international humanitarian law. Hybrid warfare blends conventional forces, insurgencies, and the criminal networks into a single strategy that defy easy categorization. This created a legal gray area as existing international humanitarian law frameworks were designed primarily for the conventional interstate wars and have struggled to adapt to these new realities. So, how UN peace operation and IHL cope with the modern conflict? These are the issues which will be focus of discussion during this session. This session will be chaired by Dr. Andriy Kozik, Regional Legal Advisor for South Asia ICRC New Delhi. And distinguished panelists are Kath Stewart, Regional Coordinator for Armed and Security Forces Program, Regional Delegation ICRC Bangkok. She is an Australian Army veteran who had served in the UN operations in Israel, Syria, and southern Lebanon, and was military attaché in Iraq and Jordan, Egypt, and Lebanon. He retired as a colonel after 33 years of service. Prior to the present appointment, she was with ICRC Tokyo. He will exchange her views on the IHL and peace operations. Professor Bharat Desai, Director, Institute for Advanced Studies in International Law and Professor of International Law, Jawaharlal Nehru University, a leading international law scholar and global scholarly contribution of more than 14 ideational books and 110 research articles. He has been part of the Indian official delegation to the various intergovernmental negotiations and the consultant for a wide range of global multilateral development agency. Today, he will be talking about the role of United Nations Security Council in making IHL work. And the last speaker is Annika Hilding-Nauberg. She is the head of the Peace Operations and Peace Building at Geneva Center for Security Policy. She executes education and training policy applicable research and advice, and dialogue and discussions on the UN-related issue at the Geneva Center for Security and Policy. Her recent publication, co-authored, includes strategic reflection on the future of UN policing and EPON study on the role, relevance, and the lesson learned from UN mission, that is UNTSO, which she presented the paper to the UN headquarters on 31st May this year. And USI was also partner in this study. More detail about her. She is associated with the USI for a long time. And when she was the founding director of International Forum for Challenges of Peace Operation for 21 years, today commonly known as Challenges Forum. And she served as a board of director for the Peace Operation Training Institute. She is recipient of Silver Medal for Royal Swedish Academy of War Sciences for her contribution to strengthening the UN peacekeeping. Today, she will focus on the UN peace operations and future challenges. In fact, in 2000, when we raised the Center for UN Peacekeeping in India, and the first international conference was held in the same hall in September 2000, she was one of the keynote speakers in that event. And same place, same table, and same hall. So over to Dr. Andre to carry on with this.
Thank you very much, General Goswami. Thank you very much, dear colleagues, for being with us. It's indeed a very pleasant continuation of the forum. And for me, it's a big honor to stay on the stage with these fantastic professionals and to be able to introduce this session today. So the speakers have been introduced already. We have very interesting panel today, and we have a very interesting topic on evolving conflicts, challenges to peace operations, and international humanitarian law. Today, many things you see around the IHL and the challenges and peace operations. So, without any ado, I would like to give the floor to the very dear colleague from the ICRC, the one who is very experienced from the perspectives of the military forces and worked herself for the military forces, now coordinates work in relationship with the military forces. Kath Stewart with IHL and Peace Operation, please. The floor is yours.
Thanks very much, Andre, and thanks for the introduction. And it's a pleasure to be with you all here today. I'd really like to thank the co-hosts, the United, Services. I'm sorry about that. United Services Institute of India. I know USI, but trying to actually say what the acronym is, and also the Center for UN Peacekeeping. I have obviously been in uniform myself, so for those in uniform, I have been where you are. I have been on 4 operational peace operations throughout the world, some regional, some multinational, and some UN, and they are all different. And I think it's really important that we have such an opportunity as this to go through what are the key elements of international humanitarian law. Andre talked so eloquently about them earlier today. The fact that international humanitarian law exists, it is relevant. It's about whether states actually implement it and how they ensure respect by their own troops when they go on peace operations or are engaged in conflict, but also how they ensure respect by other international actors. And so it's really important that we come up with how we can support that. And we as the ICRC, we are the guardians of IHL, but the responsibilities and obligations are held by states. So when we talk about peace operations, before we start getting into anything else, a lot of people immediately go to peacekeeping, but it is actually much wider than that. There are so many different types and tasks that are taken into account. And I remember it's been quite interesting talking about women in peacekeeping as we have already today, because when I started, I was initially nominated for a peacekeeping activity in 1995 by the Australian government. But at that time, I was denied because at that time they weren't accepting women peacekeepers for some of the operations that were out there. I went on my first peacekeeping operation in 1997, shows how old I am. And one of the big things with that piece, it wasn't peacekeeping, sorry, it was peace operations. It was actually peace monitoring. And it was in a country, it was in Papua New Guinea, and we were looking at the monitoring of the peace after 10 years of conflict. And I was the first white woman to be on that island in 10 years. So a lot of people thought that I was a ghost or a witch because they hadn't actually seen someone from outside their society for that long. The interesting thing, I was the only woman in that first initial deployment, which, given it was a matriarchal society, really quickly showed how poorly we had planned and how poorly we had taken into account what was required of that type of peace operation. When we talk about international humanitarian law, that comes into effect when there is conflict. So very much when there is peace enforcement. It can also happen in peacekeeping operations, but it does depend, the legal framework depends on the tasks and the context in which it is. So as the ambassador said this morning, it is not one size fits all. And we need to be aware of that and take into account what are the legal frameworks that will govern, whether it be peace operations or conflict, and know what they are, those legal frameworks, and what our obligations are as states, as commanders, and as individuals who are deploying on those operations. I remember when I first deployed, I was absolutely educated and trained by the Australian government on international humanitarian law and different international norms and standards of behaviour. But I really had no idea how that affected me and my mission in a peace operation. So one of the things I think is really important, people assume they know who the ICRC are. They assume that they understand how we operate, and they often don't fully understand international humanitarian law. The thing about the ICRC, we operate in accordance with our mandate. It is a mandate that's in the Geneva Conventions. Those Geneva Conventions signed in 1949, where we're celebrating the 75th anniversary of that signing. It's important that we review what that means. And I come back to all states have signed those 4 Geneva Conventions, and all states have obligations under those. Just because they're not meeting their obligations doesn't mean the laws are not applicable. It also doesn't mean that we need new laws. What it does mean is we need to understand the laws that are there, how they protect civilians, how they govern how operations are carried out, and also making sure that they are respected when those operations are carried out. So our mandate, as per the Geneva Conventions, we are a neutral, independent, impartial organisation which has the humanitarian support and the protection of victims of armed conflict and other situations of violence. Now, they are good words. And we have heard today some people say maybe IHL are just words on a page. But it is really important that we as the ICRC and the states out there respect the words that are there and fulfill their obligations. So independent, we are separate from any other organisation. We make our own decisions. Neutral, we do not take sides in any way. We do not get involved in politics. And it's really interesting, one of the issues there is, particularly for peace operations, when it's UN led, it cannot be neutral because there is always a political end state that they're looking at. They are always looking to support one side or the other, even though they're working towards peace. So those are the main areas from the ICRC. And the other thing, we are the guardians of international humanitarian law, but that means we remind states of their obligations. We go through what is meant by international law, and I'll go through some of the issues that we hope to bring up. We are not wide-eyed, naive people. We have lived our lives. We operate on the battlefields that are out there providing this humanitarian assistance. And to be quite honest, I find it really interesting that the only protection I have is a little red cross. When I was in the military, I wore a helmet, a flak jacket, I had a weapon. We do not have that as the ICRC. All we have is what is behind the Red Cross and also what is behind the International Red Cross and Red Crescent movement with all of the national societies that also operate within most of the countries of the world. So moving on, what are the challenges to IHL? As I say, we're not naive. We are actually a very pragmatic, practical organisation, in my opinion. Every 4 years, as Andre told us this morning, we issue a challenges report. What are the challenges to the implementation of IHL? And that's across the board, not just peace operations, but conflict. What are those challenges? Now, the 7 challenges you can see up there are the ones recently released in September 2024, which, given how current that is, this forum for us to discuss is so relevant and timely. And I really do thank our co-organisers for the topics that they've decided on. Now, I don't in 10 minutes have the time to talk about all 7 of these challenges. So I'm going to just pick some areas where we're trying to make concrete changes or reinforcement support to states, the UN, militaries around the world that we talk to. And not only state militaries, but non-state armed groups and police forces who also have obligations under international humanitarian law. So what is it about the state's implementation of IHL? We are, as we've seen today and heard today, seeing so many areas where IHL violations occur. Some are deliberate, some are not. But regardless of whether it's deliberate or not, it's not meeting the requirements of IHL if the harm to civilians is not mitigated, if they don't follow the principles of international humanitarian law, being proportionality, precaution, and distinction, looking at military necessity and humanitarian requirements. So it's really important that we think about how can states implement IHL. The first area is obviously states provide the militaries, the police, and the civilian personnel that actually make up peace operations. So if they don't provide the training, if they don't educate their own people, then they can't take that knowledge into these peace operations, which they are there to achieve peace and stability in the world. Part of the way they do it is they actually ratify the core IHL treaties. They accept that these are areas that they need to invest in. They also include them in their national legal frameworks. It's all well and good to have international, but a lot of countries say, oh, those international rules, they're Western leaning, or they are determined by other countries. But if they are adopted into the national framework, then they are owned and can be taught to their soldiers, sailors, airmen and women before they go on the operations where they will have obligations. And it's up to countries to protect their servicemen and women. They should also have frameworks to investigate and suppress IHL violations when they do occur. It is only when people are held to account that we can make sure or look to make sure that they do not happen again. If it happens, we can't change the past, but what we can do is be forward-looking and make sure that people are held to account and others understand the implications if they commit violations. IHL education is not just about educating the militaries or even authorities. It's actually about educating the population. There is, at the moment, a lack of support by populations potentially for international humanitarian law. That is the laws that govern armed conflict, that mitigate the negative effects on civilians and those out of battle. And of course, we heard today, and the Deputy Chief of Army talked about it, sharing of good practices. India has a number of good practices. It's important to share those regionally, globally, so that others can learn from it and that they can actually take the steps that they need to actually implement it in their own system. So looking forward, what are the bridges that we can build for IHL? From the International Committee of the Red Cross, one of the things in being neutral, we have dialogue with all parties to armed conflicts. Doesn't matter if they're state, non-state armed groups, police, private security companies, all of them, if they are parties to an armed conflict, we will have dialogue with them and we will remind them of their obligations under IHL. We will also try and link the limits set out in IHL to the local norms, religious values, and other legal systems, because we can't automatically or absolutely change people's behaviour, but we can reinforce norms and values that already look to implement the fundamentals of IHL: humane treatment of others, protection of civilians. And these values underpinning IHL are very aligned with many different cultures and religions. And so we look for where we actually can reinforce each other. And we have discussions where there are gaps between that. Full convergence between IHL and other religious frameworks or local customs is unlikely. But we do need to reinforce those where they do align. How can we also look at IHL and how it contributes to the path to peace? Peace operations are all about a political solution leading to peace. If you have respect for IHL, it does support the first steps towards building a trust relationship. And anyone that's been on peace operations understands how important it is between the militaries and the populations to build that trust environment. We can also facilitate the path to peace when the parties decide to pursue it. We can't enforce peace. IHL can't enforce peace. Even peacekeepers, a lot of the time, cannot enforce peace. It is up to the parties to decide to pursue it. We need to give them opportunities to do that. IHL also offers some mechanisms to facilitate peace negotiations. We talked about before, prisoners of war. The exchange of prisoners of war can start that conversation on where peace might go. We look at the IHL, if it is respected, it mitigates the destruction and horrors that do occur. And so it's so important that if we follow IHL, we have got a better possibility of working towards peace. And finally, as I said before, IHL is the legal framework that does enable, facilitate, and protect humanitarian activities. So that can be one of the bridges or one of the steps in the bridges to peace, which is actually the outcome of peace operations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Kath, and look forward for the question at the end of the session. Thank you very much for raising the issue of the bridges between the obligations and the actual behavior. And well, you know, the most complicated part of the work of the moderator is to ensure proper timekeeping. This is the thing that I'm really difficult to face. But I really ask my colleagues here, my dear experts, to be strict and to be concise in 10-15 minutes. And it's also a pleasure to continue this session with a very interesting topic of the role of the United Nations Security Council in making IHL work. Well, very actual one that has been raised today in on different occasions a couple of times. And it's my big pleasure to give the floor to Professor Barhad Desai, Director, Institute for Advanced Studies in International Law and Professor of International Law, Jawaharlal Nehru University. Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, better.
It's indeed a pleasure for me to be here at the United Service Institute of India, although I have been in the vicinity of the institute for several decades, and I really thank General Goswami for his graciousness to extend an invitation to me. I've been teaching international law for many years, and I have been especially teaching the legal controls of international conflicts, which is generally a taboo, which most of the international lawyers, they avoid. Because legal controls and it goes back to the time when Australian scholar Julius Stone came to my school of International Studies, and it was his treatise which provided the theme of the MA program, on legal controls of international conflict. And I think if I go back to the previous speaker, what she was also mentioning, the whole struggle, the predicament which all of us we have been facing, how to first and foremost predicament which the humankind has been having is outlawry of war. Over the years, successively, more than a century or so, always the struggle has been, how do you put a cap, how do you put a lead on the warfare, the human stick. And as many of the scholars have said, war is merely an extension of the human ego. Over the centuries, we have seen that, and successively the struggles have been done last century, starting with the Covenant of the League of Nations, which we saw how the egos it reflected. We wrote a full paper on the century of peacemaking at the Treaty of Versailles, looking back to look ahead, which was the only paper on the centenary of that. Which showed that the whole struggle, was basically to zero in on somebody who can be identified as a victim, like the war guilt clause, which was imposed on Germany, and Germany went on paying 66,000 million pound for almost 92 years. It paid the reparations to the victorious powers. Subsequently, we have had the 1928 the Pact of Paris, the Cologne-Briand Pact. So what we have been saying in the classroom, which I teach, is that the Covenant of the League of Nations did not prohibit war, but it had the machinery, the principle of unanimity, which again came to be devil the United Nations. And the Covenant of League of Nations, for the first time in human history, sought to prohibit war as an instrument of state policy, but it did not have the machinery. And the United Nations Charter has both. It valiantly tried, and if you see the very preamble itself, it says to save the succeeding generations from the scourge of war, which twice in our lifetime has really played havoc. So constantly our struggle has been, the very raison d'etre of the Charter of United Nations has been to maintain international peace and security. So I will not, without much ado, I will not go into the greater part of it. And as my colleague on the dais, as she has already mentioned, one of the neutral organ on the battlefield has been the International Committee of the Red Cross, and which is again a very unique in the human history, where a sovereign state is not the curator of a particular global regime. It's an entity because it has a history, ranging from Henry Dunant, who started, in the Battle of Solferino, and then his entire emphasis, and how Switzerland came to be the neutral state so far as the whole issue of warfare was concerned. How the Geneva Conventions came successively, and 1949, the 4 Geneva Conventions, the 2 additional protocols of 1977, and the 3rd protocol of 2005. So which provides you an imposing corpus of those, what is called the Geneva Conventions or the international humanitarian law. And our predicament has been, that is exactly what I thought I will try to Actually, I ended up writing a full article. I thought, just I'll give you a little flash. If somebody wants, we can make available that copy, in my school's blog, the 75 years of the Geneva Conventions, This was the, and subsequently the perils of peacekeeping, the perils of peacekeeping, And this was very interesting aspect where going into the entire gamut of things, I'll show you through the particular table as to it's not so easy. As she rightly mentioned, that there are peacekeepers on the ground, and the problematic lies somewhere else, that they actually become often, they are there. That most of the problematic which you talk about, where you send the peacekeeping missions, they are the political problems. The security forces merely can hold fort. They can help you to maintain the situation till you reach a political consensus, till you resolve. They cannot resolve the problems, It's for you to make that task easy. And so these are the messenger, these are the peacekeepers who are on the ground, who became literally the subject of the host of that things which you see. Look at the picture, they have been subjected to attack. The UN compounds have been attacked. Peacekeepers have been attacked. Only the other day, 3 days ago, the IDF had, it has been doing it for quite some time, firing the, warning shots at the UNIFIL in Lebanon. That's the kind of the message that you want to convey, even to the peacekeepers. You don't spare, which are actually maintaining that kind of demarcation zone, and the UN Security Council, So if you, like in my classroom, I have been saying, and there is a famous saying, the role with the UN Security Council, and there is nothing to be surprised about it. A lot of people have been doing lampooning and lambasting United Nations, They don't need to be, like if you go into the entire history, the drafting process of the Charter of United Nations, the very structure and composition of the UN Security Council was not done in the fit of absent-mindedness. It was done on purpose to ensure that there is a balance, of those 5 big victorious powers. There is no doubt about that, And if you hear the speech given by Harry Truman on 26th of June 1945 in the Opera House of San Francisco, where he said that if this charter had come into being some time ago, the millions who lost their lives in the Second World War would not have died. And if you fail and falter in adhering to the sacred principles of the Charter of United Nations, millions would perish. And his prophecy came to be true. And forget about the other 250 conflicts which have been raging in the world. More than 1/4 of the world lives in conflict zones. 1/4 of the world. Out of which large part of the world, where you'll find the sexual and gender-based violence against women. The children, like I don't need to give you the figures, horrific figures in Ukraine conflict and the Gaza, for instance, the large number of the people who have perished, women and children. And growing usage, notwithstanding the existence of the International Criminal Court, use of rape as a weapon of war. Because they say rape is cheaper than the bullets. Successively. In fact, I wrote, if somebody is interested, I wanted to bring that copy, but somehow I left it out. If you put in the Google, it's called Sexual and Gender-Based Violence in International Law, making international institutions work. And it carries the forward by none other than the former president of the International Committee of the Red Cross, Dr. Peter Morrell. There is the English edition, there is a German edition, and it's a horrifying picture. It's a huge challenge which we face. Repeatedly, the UN Security Council has been having the discussion on women, peace, and security for last 24 years. 24 years. The Secretary General of the United Nations constantly goes and briefs to the Security Council. There are heads of the head of the peacekeeping operations goes and briefs the Security Council. So it's not that they are not aware of it. But the question is, who will bail the cat? Who will really make these things, so far as this August horseshoe chamber itself is concerned, and you need to see the things. I wrote a full piece again on October 8, after on 1st of October, when the Secretary General of the United Nations made merely an observation that it's escalation after escalation. The war must end. That you have been repeatedly crying for it, and immediately the Secretary General was attacked by none other than the Foreign Minister of Israel. Israel cuts, and he was declared persona non grata, unprecedented in the annals of UN history, unprecedented in the annals of international law, where a head of an international organization is declared persona non grata. And those who are familiar, they know that you cannot declare, and especially United Nations, and that to the Secretary General, because there is a United Nations Convention on Diplomatic Immunity and Privileges. There is a special convention. And a head of a international organization which has an international legal personality cannot be declared a persona non grata. And ultimately, the Security Council, which was keeping quiet, really woke up. On 3rd of October, the Security Council issued a statement saying that please spare the Secretary General of United Nations. Don't attack him. And I wrote the piece which is called Shooting the Messenger. Shooting the Messenger. Which you don't even spare the Secretary General of United Nations, who has been running from pillar to post, saying that please stop it, please stop it. There is enough, there are limits to everything must stop. Indian Prime Minister has also been saying, addressing the US Congress to everywhere. And this is a really remarkable thing, I think it's repeatedly, that language of international law has crept in. I had the, good opportunity to have had a one-to-one meeting with him, where really I urge him, I say that you need to speak language of international law. And the Prime Minister is saying that this is not the era of war. Dialogue on diplomacy must prevail. We must provide the solutions. So I think these are the issues which really face. Now let me. Yeah, I'll just briefly mention and then come to the core table, which I'll put under the scanner. Now, I'm sure somebody must have mentioned the figure in the morning session, in the inaugural session, when the head of the UN peacekeeping, operations, when he gave the inaugural talk, probably he must have mentioned that there are. Yeah, there are some 77,650 peacekeepers, who are stationed in conflict zones, and seek to protect basically the civilian population, And there are 11 UN peacekeeping operations, out of which 2 are the oldest one. One is the United Nations Truce Supervision Organization in the Middle East, which goes back to the time when the Palestine was partitioned. Famous Arab-Israeli conflict, 1948. And the second is, of course, the UNMIG, United Nations Military Observer Group, UNMOJIP, India and Pakistan, going back to 1949. There are only 2 oldest peacekeeping operations which are being funded from the United Nations main budget. The rest of them, they are funded, through others, in Western Sahara, in Golan, Abyei, Central African Republic, Cyprus, Kosovo, Middle East and Democratic Republic of Congo, Lebanon and South Sudan, And most of the peacekeepers, as we saw, there are multinational forces, Again, if you put them under scanner, you can see who contributes the peacekeepers. The most of the contributions, earlier the Western countries used to contribute peacekeepers, but that is a rarity now, except some 1 or 2 or 3 peacekeeping missions, where I think the Russian experts are there or Ukrainian experts are there, Almost all the peacekeepers are contributed by country like India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Nepal, Indonesia. And I think most of the probably you can make out the reasons for it, But the very fact that they are the ones, and often like the Indian peacekeeping contingent always have had the it was almost always in demand, People used to ask for it, saying that we need the Indian peacekeeping force, That was the kind of the credibility, And the approved budget for the peacekeeping operations stood at 6.38 billion for the fiscal year 2021-2022. Now, yeah. Now let me come to the legal basis, so far the peacekeeping operations are concerned, Because here most of the cases, the primary mandate is given by none other than the Security Council of United Nations, And as I mentioned, we need to understand this animal. We need not be surprised and shocked about it. As I said, the very fact these five countries were given the permanent seat, and the veto power, for instance, it was done on purpose. That if that was not there, the chart there would not have been any Charter of United Nations, because the victorious powers were simply not in the mood to accept anything less than that. In fact, there was a very dramatic way in which the then US Secretary of State, after listening to the delegates, in San Francisco, about 50 delegates, saying that this is unequal. You speak about the sovereign equality of states, and this is something unequal. How can 5 states be more equal than the others, And the then Secretary of State, he threw up the chart, the draft charter and and threw the pieces on the ground and said, well, ladies and gentlemen, if this is not acceptable, go home and tell your people that you defeated the charter. That means the final line was drawn and everybody signed on the dotted line. And the things did not stop there immediately, notwithstanding the prophetic speech of Harry Truman, who said that, who applauded the charter. If you hear his speech, on 6th and 9th of August 1945, United States chose to drop 2 atomic devices on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, a blatant violation of all tenets of international humanitarian law. Okay, sometime in the history, probably sometime someone will really take care of that. Barack Obama almost went to that extent. For the first time, the US president went to Hiroshima bomb site. And if you need to see, listen to his speech, saying that on that fateful day, the death rained from the sky, and the souls of the departed people speak to us. He must be moved, Although he stopped short of tendering any United States apology for that dropping of the atomic weapons, Probably it was the task is left to some other president in the future, because these things haunt you. They don't go away. Whether you like it or not, whether you accept it or not, the world history shows, country after country have tendered apology. And apology is an instrument of international law. Is an instrument of international law. Now, when we look at the peacekeeping operations, the Security Council, the onus remains on the Security Council, because a lot of things will be there. There are 5 permanent members, 10 non-permanent members. It all depends, I think, what gets the priority. And the role of the UN Security Council, as we saw in some other conflicts like Rwanda, for instance, that the Security Council is the only entity where you have it can 20 round the clock, it can keep an eye. The delegates, even at the dead hour in the night, the Security Council can take a call and take a decision on that issue. But the Security Council is very known for looking the other way, like in Rwanda. The then chief of the UN peacekeeping department kept asking the Security Council, saying that, please listen to me. We need the troops, otherwise there will be havoc. And the Security Council looked the other way. And you saw almost 800,000 people were massacred in Rwanda. Of course, it led to subsequently the International Criminal Tribunal for Rwanda, But it didn't help. That the dead will simply not come back. So the Security Council, again, is a very convenient, because it depends upon the, balancing of the interests of the different powers there. As we saw, even in the issue like on Russia-Ukraine standoff or Israel-Gaza standoff, even to ask for a minimal ceasefire has seemed to be a Herculean task. If you listen to the debate, the Secretary General has been going through the Security Council and pleading to them, saying that, please stop warfare. You don't listen to them. So when my predecessor, previous speaker, she was mentioning about, compliance with the international humanitarian law, means there is a deliberate violation. You look the other way. Notwithstanding the fact that and one of the most important part, not many people they are aware, In fact, this issue came up when India also resorted to the surgical strikes, for instance, 2016, for instance, is that the Charter of United Nations does not permit you threat to peace, breach of peace, act of aggression is prohibited, except in right of self-defense, Article 51. And Article 51 has only two conditions. One, there has to be actual war, not hypothetical, not preemptive, not imaginary. You cannot have an anticipatory strike. Secondly, the right of self-defense is available only till the UN Security Council enters the picture. Once the UN Security Council enters the picture, your right of self-defense is over. And you can see here, that all the conflicts, full glare of publicity, the parties concerned simply do not budge. So it's a gross violation of the charter itself. You do not have a right of self-defense. Once the Security Council is seized of the matter, repeatedly Security Council says we decide to remain seized of the matter. Even in a rare case, where the ceasefire, only time when during the Israel-Gaza standoff, when the Security Council allowed, the International Court of Justice issued the provisional measures, for instance. Initially they did not do it. Subsequently, South Africa reached the court, took them to task, and the International Court finally said Israel must stop. So accountability and those things will come. Like, of course, you saw it now that although everybody was surprised when the International Criminal Court issued an arrest warrant against Vladimir Putin, the Russian president. And now the same International Criminal Court has stepped forward, and issued an arrest warrant against the Israeli Prime Minister and his defense minister. And it has raised again a kind of and you saw the argument saying that, well, we don't care. We don't care. Because always there has been a selectivity, double standards are part of the game, part of the international architecture. So when the Security Council has to take a stock of the whole situation, there are two chapters. Chapter 6, which is for the Pacific settlement of dispute, which is where most of the decisions are taken, where most of the Security Council does not refer to any specific charter provision, and large number of the, in fact, I'll just take you to that part. Yeah, I'll just little run through that table, which shows that barring few, in most of the cases, the Security Council has not invoked Chapter 7. Okay, and for that part to do, the Security Council has to, Article 39 provides, 39 of the Charter provides that the Security Council shall determine for anything which you want to do, that any such situation must constitute threat to international peace and security. A determination is must, and the language is different. It says acting under Chapter 7 of the Charter of United Nations. That phraseology, that words has got to be seen. There are a lot of cases, like there are peacekeeping missions, where Chapter 7 had not went. Chapter 7 is considered to be the enforcement chapter, enforcement powers of the Security Council, where the Security Council can use punitive measures, for instance. So for the others are concerned where you don't need to. And now if you look at these, there are four important peacekeeping missions where most of the peacekeepers are deployed. For instance, like the Central African Republic, Democratic Republic of Congo, for instance, you have South Sudan, where 18,000 troops are there, and you have Lebanon, 10,500 troops are already there. And notwithstanding the size and the number of the troops, for instance, like in the Democratic Republic of Congo, for instance, the UN compound was attacked. Couple of peacekeepers were simply, assassinated. That included Indian peacekeepers and probably from Bangladesh. So if one looks at the way in which the UN Security Council addresses these issues, there is no uniformity, depending upon the convergence of the particular thing, where how the powers they come together, and the kind of the issues. The language is different, the kind of the composition is different, the warring factions who are given the things, or the language. Under Chapter 7, the Security Council will order, saying that decides, orders. The language is different, but the follow-up measures have to be taken, and you can see most of the situation, including like Gaza or others, because the things are grounded because of the use of veto. Now, one silver lining I must mention, because that is not in the public domain, is that notwithstanding the use of the veto, for instance, it's the General Assembly which has now stepped in, and which is a remarkable change, what I call it the blunting the edges of the veto. And probably that will also provide some kind of incentive to a country like India, of the group of 4 which wants a permanent seat with veto. The General Assembly has decided that in cases where a particular country uses the veto, like the latest issue on which United States casted veto, 14 to 1, that the country using veto, shall be called to the General Assembly, and it shall have to give the explanation.
I'm very sorry, dear professor. We need to finish because we sacrifice the possibility to ask questions.
Yeah, sure. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. As I've said, that's a very complicated job to moderate a session with this level of experts. But it is my pleasure also, without any ado, to give the floor to the expert on my left, Ms. Annika Hilding-Nornberg, Head Peace Operation and Peace Building, Geneva Center for Security Policy on UN Peace Operations and Future Challenges. Thank you very much for being with us, and the floor is yours.
Hello? Yes, all right. Thank you so much, and good afternoon, everyone, excellencies, generals, ladies and gentlemen. It is an absolute pleasure to be back in India and at the USI again, and to see so many friends, old and new. Thank you to the USI, to the ICRC, and to the Center for UN Peacekeeping for the kind invitation to join this very important seminar and meeting. In particular, I would like to thank General Sharma and General Goswami, who have, I have to put my glasses on, otherwise you'll be suffering all this whole 10 minutes. Oh, I forgot to put on my line. Okay. I want to thank the General Sharma and General Goswami, who have paved the way for a blizzard revitalization of our cooperation now between the USI and the Geneva Center for Security Policy. We are immensely delighted to have made significant strategic progress in our partnership cooperation over the past year. I would like to acknowledge also the ambassador, Kamboy, who co-hosted the International Peacekeepers Day with us at the UN headquarters in the spring, and also General Bardalai, who is a team member of our joint EPON research project on ANSO. I will mention that shortly. And last but anything but least, I would like to thank and pay tribute to Lieutenant General Satish Nambiar, who spearheaded India's partnership in the Challenges Forum project at the startup 27 years ago. That's how far we go. Which in the first decade and a half of our cooperation, he laid the foundation for what turned out to become a long-lasting and until today, very positive and fruitful partnership between the Challenges Forum and the USI and key peacekeeping departments and interlocutors in India, a partnership which the current USI leadership is taking forward in a formidable way. So wonderful to see you all, and thank you for the invitation. So before I dive into my now 9-minute intervention, let me mention that the Geneva Center for Security Policy is an international foundation aimed at strengthening international peace and security. We are funded primarily by the government of Switzerland and guided by our foundation council of 54 countries, and including, of course, India. Nationalities from some 170 countries participate in our programs, and I did note that I saw some alumni here in this meeting as well, so that's great. Our guiding principles, independence, impartiality, and inclusiveness align well with both the values of our Indian hosts, as well as the ICRC, our neighbors in international Geneva. So we believe that the importance of the work of the ICRC, the Geneva Conventions, and the guiding principles of international humanitarian law and human rights law cannot be overstated, especially in times like these. We are therefore honored to be invited to this important occasion to explore and hopefully advance and progress the noble work of strengthening IHL and human rights law, critical instruments in the pursuit of peace and the protection and perseverance of human dignity in an age of significant turbulence and trial. Now, to the topic, my intervention will draw in particular from our work over the past 2 years, during which time we have supported Switzerland's tenure in the UN Security Council as a non-permanent members, working closely with the UN Department for Peace Operations on a range of, for our discussions here today and tomorrow, relevant projects. And I will not go through them. I just wanted to give an idea of our engagement. And in particular, of course, the 2 red ones is highlighted because we work very closely with USI partnering on those 2 projects, the development of an EPON study on the role, relevance, function, and utility and lessons learned from ANSO, the first ever peacekeeping operation, also mentioned by the professor just now, as well as the co-hosting of the International Day of Peacekeeping this year in New York, which focused primarily on the ANSO findings, but also addressed a number of issues, how to make peace operations more nimble, adaptive, and agile. Very interesting. And actually, this is the good news. The bad news is that I am not a lawyer, and I can imagine that half the room here have legal background. So kindly bear with me, and I will be speaking in my own personal capacity. And I will leave the next slide as hopefully an appetizer, for I'll come back to this issue a little bit later. Now, we heard throughout this morning about the increasingly challenging operational environment, the blurring of lines between the combatants and civilians, the disregard for IHL by both state actors and non-state armed groups. We discussed legal ambiguities that need to be addressed and how to protect civilians under IHL while applying the principles of UN peacekeeping, in particular the principles of impartiality and non-use of force, all of which, of course, further complicates the related and complex issues of accountability. I should say I agree with many, if not all the previous speakers that suggest that the IHL, its cardinal principles and set of rules, remains both applicable and utterly relevant, despite of, or rather even more because of the current trends and developments, and the, if possible, horrification of warfare. I noted the massive application of precision warfare, for example. There was so much food for thought this morning that I must say I'm already quite depressed actually, but I'm at the same time very happy because we have to go forward with eyes wide open. But since most speakers this morning spoke of the changing nature of conflict and its implications on peace operations, so in order to avoid duplication, I suggest focus. No? Okay. You see, I'm technically challenged. I will focus on what do these developments mean for future peace operations, and in particular for the preparations for future missions and operations. Overall, as I believe we can all agree, and which was demonstrated compellingly this morning, upholding international humanitarian law strengthens UN peacekeeping, and at the same time, impactful UN peacekeeping strengthens international humanitarian law. It's a no-brainer, of course, but increasingly complex to achieve. So for the future, in addition to developing and harnessing new technologies to the advantage of future missions and operations, which was discussed in quite some detail this morning, I would suggest to add 3 areas which are particularly affected by recent trends and developments, but were also opportunities to strengthen IHL and future peace operations, I suggest can be found. Some of the points mentioned by the ambassadors this morning and other speakers, but the 3 domains concerns UN peace operations, principles, operations, and the peacekeepers. So first, on the principles of peacekeeping, it is high time to revisit and reinforce the UN peacekeeping principle and what is required for them to deliver on their promise. And don't misunderstand me, the 3 principles are as should be, is my view. But the new agenda for peace, it needs to be contextualized, and we need to ensure that when implemented, they will have the desired effect. So the new agenda for peace identified the values central to promoting and developing just, peaceful, and inclusive societies. That is, what was that? Anyone knows? I'm just checking. So it's trust, universality, and solidarity. What's at the core, the center, not only of building peace in turbulent times, but also for peace operations. So we believe, and you will have noticed at the border there is General Bardalai and myself and Lieutenant General Robert Mood. We developed this through the study of the ANSO. So because we wanted to connect the work on the very specific of military observer missions that have been deployed for 75 years to the bigger picture, not only the principles of peace operations, but also to the development of the new agenda for peace. So we position the conversation and the discussion on principles around the new agenda for peace. The core values of the new agenda for peace, trust, universality, and solidarity, are also the foundation of international humanitarian law. And as I mentioned, what centers UN peacekeeping operations. The peacekeeping, the next layer, the peacekeeping principles of consent, impartiality, and non-use of force, except in self-defense and defense of the mandate, is what guides the missions and are strengthened when efforts to uphold IHL are made a priority. The challenge is that we focus almost exclusively on that, on the 3 principles, with little attention to the enablers, the prerequisite for the relevance and impact of the principles. So which, as the general spoke about this morning, the capstone doctrine that was developed 2006 to 2008, we have the factors for success, which is legitimacy, credibility, and local and national ownership. Mandates are achieved when the factors of success are delivered upon. So priority to uphold IHL can leverage the mission's legitimacy, credibility, effectiveness, and thus the acceptability of the mission by hosting population and countries. Kind of looping back to the trust issue. So in our answer project, as I mentioned, General Mood, General Badalai, and I, we came to the conclusion that for future missions to be optimally effective, the three principles of peacekeeping should be joined by the elevation of the three factors of success. Missions of the future will for sure need to be adaptive to changing environments. All speakers in the opening session talked about the importance of adaptiveness. Adaptive to changing environments, to changing conflict dynamics, mission capabilities, and fluctuating political will. Oh, that's my 10 minutes. I'll take 2 more. And I noted that all speakers in the opening mentioned, as I mentioned that. So General Mood and Badalai and I, we suggest that the 7th prerequisite for success that should be added is the one on adaptability at the end. Everything currently is focused on making missions more adaptive. So therefore, our small proposition is that the 7 prerequisites for success will be what will make the 3 principles of peacekeeping effective and impactful. And that will strengthen ILH. That was my first point. I have 2 shorter ones. Second, a bit shorter now. On operation, there's a need to revisit and reinforce implementation of the full spectrum of the 3 tiers of protection of civilians. To move towards more preventative initiatives and measures, rather than being caught up in a reactive situation and requirements. So we all know they're about protection through dialogue and engagement. And here I'd like to mention the Indian all-female community engagement, which was discussed this morning. Absolutely fantastic. More of that. And then secondly, there is the 3rd tier, or actually another tier, which is about, the 2nd tier, which we always think about, which is the provision of physical protection. And this is where we normally focus. We still need to have the legitimate, credible postures and capabilities and the support of the population to be effective in the 2nd domain. But we also believe that we need to elevate the 1st, as I mentioned, and the 3rd, which is the 3rd tier of protection, which concerns establishing a protective environment, which this part needs more attention. This needs to be the peacekeeping mission. As we see currently downsizing many missions, there is little appetite for big missions at the moment. So some of that protection might, possibly, could and should be led more by other UN agencies and programs in close cooperation with the UN missions. Indeed, future missions will need to enhance efforts to seek to move towards prioritizing more preventative initiatives and measures rather than being caught up in reactive situations and requirements. My 3rd and final point, in such a rapidly developing situation and environment, and as was mentioned earlier by the Deputy Chief, much focus needs to continue to be on supporting our peacekeepers to adapt to the new realities, not least caused by the new cyber and information space and related new technologies. So we need to intensify our focus on capacity building. The good news, the knowledge is here in countries like India. Western countries, few have recent operational experience, as you know. So it is really the contributing countries that have the expertise required. In particular, I would like to take this opportunity to recognize the establishment, development, consolidation, and extraordinary trajectory of the Center for UN Peacekeeping, which was launched in September 2000, when the USI hosted the Challenges Forum Summit here in Delhi. It was absolutely fantastic to see both what has been achieved so far and where it's kind of heading for the future. And that is important because the new and emerging topics and competences, like we talked this morning about cyber and artificial intelligence, also maritime security, border control, those type of things we'll talk about tomorrow when our colleague who was part of the team developed the independent study for future peacekeeping and new models and related capabilities. They'll be focused on tomorrow, but really interesting. That's a rapidly developing area, and it's rapidly developing by all countries. And so there's no longer the kind of vested interest by old countries that they are the trainers for this or that subject. This is a new era. This is the frontier. And just a highlight, on Friday, we had a GCSP Global Innovation Day with a prize presented to the best innovation to strengthen global peace and security. And the 3 winners, actually all of them, focused more or less on artificial intelligence. And amongst 150-something applicants, the winners were from Africa, Tunisia, we had the Philippines, and a joint Israeli-Palestinian project. None were from Western countries. Normally, they used to be from Western countries. So this is a new shift. And more importantly, on Sunday, I had the privilege of attending the Cyber Peace 25th anniversary. Absolutely impressive. And really, I see a force for the good for the future, which peacekeepers can make very, very good use of, both Indian, but also globally. So I realize I'm totally lost track of my time, so I'm sorry about that. But I will then therefore try to conclude here with my... so what is required to make this all happen? Well, adaptive leadership is the key. What we believe is that peace operations, peacekeepers need to maintain respect for international humanitarian law and human rights law while embracing ambiguity and strengthening abilities and capabilities to navigate complexities. This will require the commitment, competence, mindset, and skills to experiment and innovate, self-correct and self-learn, and ultimately the ability to lead with integrity, empathy, and inclusively. And then I think I added that one just now as I was listening this morning, to focus on the positive sum competition, better for everyone, and stay focused on supporting and protecting the host population. So, colleagues, the challenges for United Nations operations are daunting, now more than in a long time. Although the UN has faced headwinds before, it is still the most legitimate, representative, inclusive, cost-effective, and actually impactful tool, according to research, there is, as confirmed by the independent study on the future peacekeeping, new models and related capabilities. So it's the bigger issue also of peacekeeping. It's a collaborative effort to build peace for the long term. So we must not lose faith or focus in the UN, address the issues that we face, and invest more politically, scientifically, and financially in the UN in general, and the men and women, military, police, and civilian peacekeepers in particular. As one famous Indian peacekeeper once said, I should say Major Radhika Sen, long live the United Nations. And I would like to add the incredible and outstanding peacekeepers, present and past, that make all of our efforts worthwhile and a true honor and privilege to support. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Norberg, for this very interesting presentation and a very powerful quotation. Thank you. Now we can switch to the questions from the room. Yeah, I see number of hands. I kindly ask you, the mic is there, then there. I kindly ask you to introduce yourself with that before asking the question. Thank you. And we'll take a number of questions from the floor, and then we'll answer them.
Thank you, Chair. I am Colonel Rohit Dev, served in UNAMCIL in my years. Just wanted to ask Hilding you that if I interpose in your principles a factor called morality, and if I put a factor of success on a factor called financial prudence, how financial prudence in factors for success, how will your core change?
Thank you very much. We'll take a number of questions. The question was here also.
Hi, Colonel Stewart. I'm Rahul. I lead a think tank in Delhi, Raisina House. We specialize in foreign policy planning. By education and practice, I focus on how women's participation impact conflict and affect post-conflict reconstruction. And I've spent about 1.5 years working in Afghanistan as an advisor to the foreign ministry. Now, with the changing character of conflicts, we also see the changing gender dynamics in conflicts. We also see changing social norms in conflicts, where women adapt the role of not just leaders, but also perpetrators, and also leaders in the society who indoctrinate the younger generation of what and hence deciding the course of conflict. How do you address these changing social norms, changing gender dynamics, especially at a time when the difference between civilian and an actor is it's getting different, getting thinner and thinner?
Thank you very much. Kindly ask my dear panelists to fix the questions. There was a question there as well.
Thank you, sir. I'm Aditya from JNU. I have a question for Professor Desai. So you mentioned about blunting the edge of veto. So if it becomes the new normal, what will be the relevance of UNSC? And can we expect any change in the behavior of UNSC in any near future?
Okay, thank you very much. Some more questions?
Thank you, Chair. I'm Wing Commander Bakshi. I've been the international humanitarian law instructor for ICRC for 27 years. On this question which Mr. Bharat brought out, very, always intrigued me that war is fought due for egos, but war is going in for so many years, and women and children have always been the target. So what is the solution? I mean, if we can find a solution for that, then only we can decide on it, because as you know, the peacekeeping organizations and ICRC, all these organizations are non-political, they are not interfering. So who will bell the cat in this case? How will you stop the war? Who will tell that we should stop the war? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very good question. We have a number of people there. Thank you.
So my name is Ashutosh and I'm from Hansraj College, University of Delhi. So like we discussed all about, peace operations and then international humanitarian law. My question is that, to implement and to exercise the international humanitarian law, we have this great weapon of peace operations, but looking at just the process of it, about passing a resolution, then going to the country where you actually want to implement the peace operation, you have to take the consent of the country and to, carry on your operation. But then again, if a country is, if any operation is state sanctioned, how would you, how peace operations actually go, and what measures do they take to work and carry out their operation? For example, if we take the example of Israel, so, the maritime borders are heavily controlled by, Israel, even when Gaza touches the oceans, the ocean. But again, how then peace operations, actually work and help the people and the civilians of those regions when the host country itself, is carrying out this genocide?
Thank you very much. There was another number of questions of these curious young people.
Hello everyone,
I'm
I'm Devanjan. I'm an engineering student at Amity. So I had a question to Ms. Stewart. Considering the diverse legal system and framework across nations, integrating IHL into the national legislation often poses challenges. So in your opinion, how can a nation strike balance between adhering to the domestic legal framework and ensuring compliance with the IHL as well?
Thank you very much. The question is closed. I see your hands.
I have a question, sir. My question is for Professor Desai. My name is Amishi. I'm from Amity. I'm a law student myself. Sir, my question is in context of Ukraine and Gaza, the increasing prevalence of hybrid conflicts. How can peacekeeping missions ensure compliance with IHL when traditional distinctions between combatants and civilians are blurred?
Thank you very much. We have a number of people there. I would like to ask you to switch to the left side. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Flight Lieutenant Sushil. My question is to Professor Bharat. Sir, as you mentioned that onus of peacekeeping is on Security Council, and that makes that onus of implementation of IHL is also with Security Council. So in your suggestion, what could be the best solution out of Security Council? Is it the expansion of Security Council or be better equipment of Security Council to implement both peacekeeping and implementation of IHL?
Thank you. And the one question there as well.
My question is open to the entire panel. So my name is Meghna and I'm a research scholar at the Center for African Studies, JNU. So my question is, like in Africa for the last few years, we've seen that a lot of resentment is there from the local population against the peacekeeping forces, especially in west of Africa. So what do you think is what major challenge do peacekeepers face when they are going to go to African countries where there's a lot of resentment?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your question. Let me close for now the questions, and I would like to switch to my dear experts to respond. Who would like to be the first? Okay. Thank you.
Okay. The main one that was put to me was about the social norms and women being the leaders and influencing the population. And the fact that distinction has become more difficult between who is part of a combat situation and who is not. What I would say to you is, from the ICRC's perspective, it is the fact that we need to engage with everyone associated with a conflict. So from the work that I do, we engage with what we call arms carriers. So they will be militaries, police, non-state armed groups. Now, these people, whether they're male or female, they carry weapons. They can make victims, they can become victims themselves, which are covered under IHL, and they definitely can affect our access to victims. So what it's all about for us is this dialogue, having the conversation, reminding people of what the IHL obligations are, but also being conscious of the affected population and the dynamics and the human terrain. We call it the third lens when we're talking to military. We have normally in a military the blue lens, which is your friendlies, the red lens, which is your enemy, but we firmly believe there is another lens in there, the green lens, which is the humanitarian or the human terrain. So again, if you don't understand your human terrain, and gender is one of that part of it, diversity, the most vulnerable, the children that are affected, those sorts of things. If you don't understand that third lens, then that dialogue cannot be directed sufficiently. So we do a lot of analysis, and a lot of our data is actually broken down into a lot of that gender diversity, who we engage with, how we should engage. So it's all about engagement. Cutting off engagement, and I know one of the issues brought up this morning was a little bit about sanctions and things like that. Well, again, I'm with the speaker this morning that sanctioning, if it breaks off dialogue and communications, is not a way to move forward to influence these people. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your answer. Professor Desai.
Yeah, thank you. Quite interesting question. Starting with the blunting the edges of the veto, I think whether we like it or not, although, country like India as a part of the, G4 has been trying for a long period of time to get into this charm circle, with veto, and knowing very well that there won't be any possibility in the foreseeable future, even if the general conference, there is a lot of talk is already going on, for revisiting the Charter of United Nations. Almost every heads of state, heads of government, including the Indian Prime Minister, has been saying that, that we need to revisit the Charter because it belongs to a different era. or the structure which was designed for by the grandparents cannot be used for grandchildren, for instance. Notwithstanding all those talks, the ground reality remains that the veto wielding powers will almost, unless something goes fundamentally wrong, they will not agree to surrender veto. And in fact, probably this is this comes out vividly from the intergovernmental negotiations which are currently underway, saying that this will not be called. That is the caveat subject to which the entire negotiations are going on. So there is no possibility that you will be able to. So this will open up a possibility for a third layer, permanent members without veto. And that is probably, if you see the statements of the heads of state, heads of government, who really eye for that charm position in the Security Council, almost everybody has reconciled, because the veto wielding power simply won't be able to. So what I'm trying to mention is that we need to accept the reality that in the times to come, probably there will be lesser and lesser chances. Although veto, there is a staggering rise in the exercise of veto. Large number of vetoes which has been used recently in the Ukraine conflict, as well as in the Israel-Gaza standoff also, veto has been used. But the very fact that if you look, put the 5 permanent members under scanner, one is directly involved in a conflict which is called the special military operation. The other 3 are already there, siding with a state which has been repeatedly and consistently being called, as a serial violator of the international humanitarian law, international human rights law. Almost every single special procedure of the Human Rights Council has asked Israel to desist. You need to see the reports of the special rapporteurs of the Human Rights Council. And also most of the other things also, you don't need to show. That means how many times you lose. This has come out to be, Israel appeared to be earlier the only baby which was given birth by the United Nations, which has now turned out to be, so much against his, the parent itself, And how do you rein in, for instance, a state where there are 3 more powers which are already siding with, overtly and covertly, armaments, willing support, everything, That means the picture is very, very clear. The only option for other countries is to at least you need to eye for a position on that horseshoe table where your sheer presence will make a difference, veto or no veto. Because I think if you, the veto wielding power in the, before the Ukraine conflict, they assembled in Washington and they issued a statement saying that, well, as far as possible, we will refrain from exercise of veto, although the ground reality is different. So in that case, and also the stepping in of the UN General Assembly, which is a plenary organ. This is the only democratic organ in the United Nations, which will convene an emergency special session whenever a particular state uses a veto. Within 10 days, the state will be required to provide an explanation about the reasons or rationale for exercise of the veto, which is not a small step, because the only organ which can rein in the Security Council is the General Assembly, which is the only organ which can really put that feet. So this is the ground reality. Either we have to live with that, because I think in the foreseeable future, the veto wielding powers will not agree. Second thing which Colonel Bakshi mentioned about is the solution. I think we need to accept the fact that ultimately what we are witnessing is a human problem. Okay, we need to be better human beings. In fact, let me mention. I have had a regular conversation with Peter Maurer as the president of the International Committee of the Red Cross, and in one of the Skype talks, I asked him. I said, Peter, how do you muster up the courage, ranging from Democratic Republic of Congo to Yemen to Haiti to Ukraine to you go to all the conflict zones, death and destruction. Dead bodies are there, the children are wailing, the woman being, abducted, being brutalized, And he said, I'm at the end of the day, it really affects me, as a head of a neutral organ on the field, But at the end of the day, I'm reasonably convinced, that these forces are not invincible. These forces are not invincible, which is the audacity of hope, I would call it. That is the only solace you have. You can't change human nature. For centuries, this brutalization has been going on. Women have been raped. As I said, 1/4 of the people live in conflict zones. Large part of the women, they are subject to that. The figures are horrifying. And if somebody is interested, please take a look at this book, Sexual and Gender-Based Violence in International Law, because the time will not permit me. One of the issue which we have tried, which will require a considerable amount of research, is to delegitimize rape as a weapon of war. Like 2018 Nobel Peace Prize, I suggest you to please take a look at when Nadia Murad and Denis Mukwege, when they went to Oslo, when they addressed the, it will bring tears to your eyes, saying that, how much brutalization, use of rape as a tactic and weapon. You need to delegitimize it. It will require a huge amount of work as to how do you ensure that when the weapon becomes ineffective, there won't be any incentive to use the weapon, And finally, notwithstanding all the changes which are coming in the means and methods of warfare, for instance, the international humanitarian law, which is basically a product of the customary international law, much before the Geneva Conventions came, do's and don'ts. The distinction between combatants and non-combatants, for instance, that has to be maintained. That has to be seen. For that purpose, even the nuclear weapons were under the scanners. One of the principal reason for which the nuclear weapon, like the 1996, International Court of Justice advisory opinion on legality of the threat or use of nuclear weapons. The court said, well, nuclear weapons simply are out of question. International law cannot be seen to be condoning the use of nuclear weapons because it does not maintain any distinction between the combatants and non-combatants, And hence it is violation of international law. In fact, India filed a written statement, 1996, where India said it's a violation of international law. And within 2 years, India went nuclear. So this is the ground reality. And finally, I think, so where the Security Council is concerned, as I said, mentioned, the time did not permit me to mention about all these peacekeeping missions, how best they are designed, what goes into that. And also, most importantly, the warring factions, you need to put them, you really put them under control, for instance. All of them, they are surrogate, they are proxies. Most of these conflicts which are taking place in the world, they are proxy wars. They get the sophisticated weapons. There is a huge, tall, so far the environment is concerned, the wildlife is concerned, as you call the blood diamonds in Africa, for instance, It's a huge, there is plenty of blood on people's hands, for instance, So you need to delegitimize those things, How can you do that? Only there is no other way. Because you know it very well, how do these warring factions, from where do they come? From where do they get the arms? How do the funding takes place, Unless and until you chip off those sources and things, sitting in the Security Council, and asking people to comply with international humanitarian law will simply, and also not only the failed states, not only I'm talking about non-state actors, also talking about the failed state, Democratic Republic of Congo. Look at the plight, for instance, How do you do, and like Denis Mukwege himself said, my country is among the richest country in the world, and yet it is the poorest, Please, they say stop, these providing support to those things, and also renegade states, states which have the arrogance of power, who simply challenge the entire international legal order, for instance. And I think one of the example, whether we like it or not, is there the current pending litigation before the International Court of Justice and International Criminal Court, for instance, that will speak for itself. Like in one of the cases on the occupied Palestinian territory, International Court of Justice very emphatically said it's an egregious violation of international law. Now the things have reached to the International Criminal Court, where Palestine is a state party and it has already issued a warrant. So you can see, although people have been saying that international law does not matter, international law, I have been urging repeatedly that you need to take international law seriously. Ultimately, it matters. You have to shame the people who really take international law into their own hands, And it's a responsibility of everybody, all civilized states. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Norberg.
All right, thank you very much, and thank you for those very relevant questions. I realized they're probably the best question because I was kind of grouping them a little bit as they fit different things and discussions, which are really the main focus in peace operations currently, which is focused on the challenge of mis and disinformation in West Africa and elsewhere. Also raised issues about gender dynamics, and also the issue of consent and the difficulty, especially in these complex environments like in the Middle East. You mentioned Israel and Gaza. And then I think I'm also going to cover your question too, I think. And if I don't, then please let me know. Okay, so very briefly on the question on the mis and disinformation, which is actually the priority focus in New York and elsewhere, because and initially, of course, it's been seen as one of the drivers for the downsizing and closing of a number of courses. And I think initially it was perceived to be that was the cause, the mis and disinformation campaigns by certain countries and so on, and that really was the one thing. But I think what's actually quite is really not good but useful is that it has brought up to light that, of course, these mis and disinformation campaigns wouldn't be successful if there wasn't grievances, real grievances in populations that felt that their needs were not met. And that in itself have brought to the surface, especially in light of the war in Ukraine and Gaza, the idea of double standards. That's the new focus on double standards. I think personally, my 10 minutes was too short over there, but that was the big thing, a separate slide actually, the challenge of double standards, which I think is probably the biggest development undermining the adherence, the upholding of the international humanitarian law at the moment. So I think we really need to focus on that to make sure that the IHL and human rights law is good as they are. The problem is that we don't apply them effectively and equally amongst all countries by all countries. And that also have an impact on peace operations. And, of course, makes mis and disinformation, malinformation, hate speech and all that just fester. So a really important point there. And I also was just thinking that my point is that I really hope that we can start kind of competing not on, because the problem of this, then people say, well, that country is worse. Well, to me, that's not an argument. Why don't we stop competing on who's worst and instead try to be the good persons, as the professor said, and be the one who adheres to IHL better than anyone else. I think that's where we should focus. And then secondly, that's tied to the issue of, I also wanted to mention the issue of women and changing gender dynamics, because that's also an area which is really interesting. It's made a lot of progress. We have a long way to go. And I know there's one session tomorrow when we'll focus on that. Also, we have Indian female peacekeepers, but also to engage with the female populations. And that's also where we're really moving from quantity to quality and qualitative engagement. That's how we can really engage with the youth. And of course, youth, peace and security, since 2015, when the adoption of the first Security Council rules, and this is the thing. And I think every time you wake up in the morning, you should think about how can I link that? How can we make the youth, peace and security agenda relevant? And it's a very practical step that is currently being taken. So that's wonderful that came up. And then I very quickly move on to the issue which was raised in relating to the consent. If you want to send a peacekeeping mission, what's the consent and what type of mission would you be sending, and how can you send a mission to a kind of a full-blown war? Very fundamental questions, and that's a little bit what we like to touch on the principles question. However, I think first of all that nobody's going anywhere if not the host country actually invites them. The second, they will not be invited. The new thing is that countries ask missions to leave, but essentially nobody will go anywhere if the country doesn't invite them. But what's more importantly is that what have by research been proven that the larger multidimensional missions are actually more effective, but because they're not possible to deliver at the moment, and therefore the focus have now been to kind of pick missions apart. So not just think about observer missions or larger multidimensional or special political missions, but really to look at functions. And this we'll be talking about tomorrow in this really exciting study that other colleagues have done, where you're looking very specifically on 30 different functions. So if someone who sits in Jerusalem wants help with observer missions or border control or border management or something, they could ask for exactly that and not think it's not an observer mission of 153 UNTSO military observers, or it's not a 20,000 larger mission. It could be anything else. So I think this is really exciting development, actually. And again, it will really require the consent of the court. And that's just to mention, therefore, that what happened with 2008 with the capstone doctrine is that prior to that, the three principle was really consent. Then it became strategic consent. You can't have the consent of everybody, but strategic consent. And neutrality went to partiality. So it was some flexibility, adaptability. And then also non-use of force, but added in defense of the mandate. Because otherwise, if the peacekeepers only stand and look at it, the mission will complete. And now you're going to kill me. So I will probably then end there. There's more things. And I'm wondering if my question, because I didn't fully catch what your question, it was too sophisticated for me. But it was about morality and financial testing. I think maybe it was responded to in this. We take it off. I like that very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I had a fantastic experts today. We are 8 minutes behind the schedule. This all goes on account of moderator. Thank you very much for being with us today. Thank you very much for your fantastic questions. It was a pleasure being here today. Thank you. Let's applause to our dear experts and their work.
Thanks to our eminent panelists for a focused discussion on evolving conflicts, challenges to peace operation and international humanitarian law. May I now request Lieutenant General Nambiar, Indian Army veteran and a head of the mission and the force commander of UN force in Yugoslavia and the former Director General of the USI, to present the token of remembrance to our participants. No, you can go. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, we come to the end of today's proceedings, and we'll restart tomorrow morning at 9:30. I'll request you all to be seated by 9:20. Thank you, and join us for a cup of tea in the courtyard.